And it looks like we are live. Hi, everybody. I'm Jim Azevedo. I'm the marketing director at Smashwords. Welcome to Smashwords' first ever um, Author Day. We really appreciate you guys joining. We know that you have potentially countless options for how to spend your time today. So we just really appreciate you choosing to spend some time with us. Now, before I jump into the different workshops and the agenda and some of the housekeeping items I need to tell you about, I just wanted to take a quick minute and pause and ask you, how are you guys doing? How's everybody doing out there as we sort of work our way through this pandemic? I hope that you and your families are navigating through this in the best way that you know how. I hope that you and your loved ones are safe and happy and healthy as we work our way through as well. I think as we go through some of these sessions, you'll find that your books and your words are potentially more important now than they ever have been. And what I'm also hoping is that you'll discover as we work through these different workshops that you'll have an opportunity not just to produce your books and get them out into the world, but you'll also have an opportunity to maybe lift the spirits of some of your readers, to provide them with a little bit of an escape, whether or not you write stories or whether you write nonfiction titles. So with that, let me take a quick second here. I'm going to turn on chat for a moment because chat's going to be off for during the workshops. I'll explain a little bit more of that later. But I want to make absolutely sure that everybody can see me and hear me. So I'm going to turn on chat for just a quick second. And where is it? Do me a favor. If you can hear me, see me, somebody just say, yep, we can see you, we can hear you. Awesome. Boy, you guys are quick. Okay, stop. Wow. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. All right, I'm going to turn you off here. But let me tell you why I'm going to turn it off. As we go through these through the workshops, so obviously you don't have your video cameras on, you can't see each other. There's not going to be a bunch of text going on as I'm going through the different workshops. It would just kind of get unruly, as you can imagine. There are a lot of you who have joined. So again, I really appreciate that. Let me now share my screen with you. 1 second. And there it is. So once again, welcome. Here's what we're going to be covering today. I'll start with the 10 trends shaping the future of publishing. Now, as we work through these trends, you'll notice that some of them have occurred in the past and some of them are taking place right now. And I think covering some of these trends from that historical pretext into what's happening right now is going to help guide you along as you work your way through your author careers, as you navigate through the potential challenges that we'll be facing. Notice how each of these sessions are going to last about 60 minutes, roughly. Some are going to come just under 60 minutes. Some may go a bit over 60 minutes, but roughly about 60 minutes. And then at the each workshop, we will, I'll give about 15 minutes worth of Q&A time. At that point, I will turn on chat so that you can fire your questions off to me via chat, and I'll answer as many of those as I possibly can at the end. And then I'll turn off the chat again when we get to the next section. So we'll start with the 10 trends shaping the future of publishing. That will set the background and provide you with the foundational knowledge as we move into the rest of the presentations. At 11:30 Pacific, we'll jump into an introduction to ebook self-publishing. Now, for those of you who may be new to ebook self-publishing, or maybe you're a new author or an aspiring author, or even if you are a professional author who has multiple books that have been traditionally published, but now you're investigating ebook self-publishing for the first time, that's the workshop for you. You'll get a lot out of that workshop. And maybe some of you who are self-publishing experts, you may pick up a point or two from the introduction to ebook self-publishing. And the third workshop, we'll dive into the 16 secrets to ebook publishing success. Now, this may be one of those workshops that comes right in at 60 minutes or a little bit over 60 minutes. The 16 secrets to ebook publishing success is going to sort of unveil and reveal the best practices of the best-selling ebook authors. To some of you who have been at this for several years, you may think that some of these best practices are common sense. My hope is that you'll follow along with me, that you'll stay with me all the way through all of these sessions, because I bet that you'll have your perception changed on some of those best practices, and you'll pick up additional tidbits, additional elements that can help you sell more books. And then finally, at the end of the day, we'll launch into book launch strategy, pre-orders, and pre-sales. I'm really excited about session number 4 here. For one, it's because in terms of ebook pre-orders have been one of the best ebook launch marketing tools that we've seen since Smashwords was founded way back in 2008. They work really well. But I'm also excited about it because we're going to tie in ebook pre-sales into this workshop. Ebook pre-sales are a brand spanking new tool that we launched just in December. We're so excited about it that we actually patented the technology behind it for the first time ever. Smashwords decided to patent some of its technology. I'm excited about that workshop. Also a little bit nervous about that workshop because I haven't presented that one yet. So we're going to be learning together. So bear with us, as this is probably the largest webinar that Smashwords has ever produced. Sure, we've done some webinars in the past, but not one of this scale. There's a lot of you who have joined, and I'm super thrilled that you're here. Now, we're going to begin with the top 10 trends impacting the future of publishing and what those trends mean to you as indie authors and publishers. Some of these trends may seem obvious to you. Some of them may not seem as obvious to you. Some of them may be a bit more eye-opening, and maybe one or two of them may be a bit on the controversial side, but I think you'll all learn something from this. Again, some of it's going to be a bit of the past perspective, current perspective, to help guide us along into the future of how to navigate through the indie publishing world. Before I get to the gist of this workshop, I thought it would make sense to maybe sort of back up a little bit to tell you the story behind Smashwords itself and why Smashwords got started in the first place. Now, to start that, just wanted to let you know that I am not the founder of Smashwords. That's a fellow by the name of Mark Coker. Yet Mark and I met, it pains me to say this, 24 years ago now, 24 years ago, back in 1994. We were working for a high-tech PR firm in the Silicon Valley called Dovetail Public Relations. Mark owned and operated Dovetail Public Relations, and it was our job to get our clients as much favorable publicity that we possibly could. These clients were hot Silicon Valley startups, as well as some larger publicly traded, some larger billion-dollar publicly traded companies as well. We worked there together for 8 years, and about 5 years into that stint, if you'll remember, right around late 2000, early 2001, the internet bubble burst happened, and then the recession that followed that happened, and it hit us really hard. It was extremely difficult. It was a really challenging time for us, and I think I speak for both Mark and I when I say that we were experiencing just complete exhaustion, burnout. For me, I wanted to just kind of break out of corporate cubicle land and exercise the creative side of my brain. And I'm pretty sure Mark was experiencing the same thing. At that time, for me, being a semi-recent graduate, college graduate with a degree in journalism and a minor in English, naturally, my creative tendencies led me to joining a rock and roll band. Of course, why wouldn't I? Okay, so that's me. Um, if you can't tell by the picture, we didn't sell a lot of records, but this experience has lasted 18 years, over 18 years. The band's still together. We're not playing dozens and dozens of shows every year, but we're still together. And I wanted to share this experience with you because this band experience is what really thrust me into the indie or independent world. And as you'll notice, as I go through each of these workshops, I'll use the terms indie for independent and self-published interchangeably. They mean the same thing. But what I mean by the indie band experience was that we didn't have the luxury of having a major record label contract to help us get our music recorded, produced, engineered, packaged, sent into or distributed into online and offline music stores. Also, as being from the band experience, we had to figure out how to put ourselves on tour, how to work with other bands, how to work with booking agents, how to book our own shows, how to attract fans to these shows. The hardest part was booking shows that were outside of our area in venues who weren't familiar with us, and then trying to attract fans to those shows who had never heard of us before. So my creative outlet was to join a heavy metal punk rock band. Mark, on the other hand, decided to co-author a novel with his wife called Boob Tube. Boob Tube is a satirical look at the shady underbelly of Hollywood celebrity told from the perspective of soap opera actors. You might say, well, soap opera actors, why soap opera actors? It's because Mark's wife, Leslie Ann, well, she was his girlfriend, but at the time, she was a reporter for Soap Opera Weekly magazine. So it was her job to go onto the Hollywood sets and interview everybody involved in the production of soap operas to follow the key trends and issues in that industry and then report on them. But often she'd come and tell Mark about these ridiculous stories that the actors were getting themselves into whenever they were off camera, these ridiculous real life stories. To Mark, he felt that the real lives of the actors off camera were way more interesting than what was happening in the soap operas themselves. So one day he suggested to Leslie Ann, after hearing so many of these stories, he said, Leslie Ann, you really ought to start capturing some of this stuff and put it into a book. I'll bet soap opera fans would go wild for it. It would probably be a bestseller. And Leslie Ann said, Mark, I think you're onto something. I should do that, but I've never written a book before. I wouldn't even know where to begin. At that time, Mark hadn't written a book himself. So together, as a couple, they decided to embark on this adventure to see if not only if they could write a book together, but to see if they can get that book published. So for the next 18 months, I was going to say 18 years, the next 18 months, they traveled back and forth between the Silicon Valley and Hollywood, where they interviewed dozens and dozens and dozens of the actors, the writers, the producers, the directors, cameramen, makeup artists, stagehands, just everybody involved in the production of soap operas that they could to gather all this content. And then they spent about another 18 months writing it. They were trading chapters. They went through multiple beta reader rounds to help them get that manuscript polished up. They hired professional editors and went through multiple revision rounds. They finally got that manuscript to a point where they felt that they could share it with literary agencies. Of course, before they sent out their query letters, they researched those literary agencies who they felt would be the most interested in their books. And then they sent out their query letters. Now, what happened next, the way Mark put it to me, was he said that they received more than their fair share of rejection letters. However, they were fortunate in that they had several literary agencies come back who said that they would love to represent their title. So after some more deliberation between Mark and Leslie Ann, they chose to go with Distel and Goderich out of New York, a highly respected literary agency with multiple New York Times bestsellers to their credit. And Mark and Leslie Ann loved their agent because their agent worked tirelessly on their behalf. And he shopped that book around and shopped it around and shopped it around. Unfortunately, after 2 years worth of trying, every single major publisher of commercial women's fiction rejected it. twice. At this point, they were 5 years into their project, and it was essentially game over. You can imagine the frustration at this point and the despair, because here they were walking down that path of what they thought was going to be their dreams becoming realized. They thought that, they were going to become published authors, but not just published authors. Maybe they were going to become best-selling authors. And then those dreams were extinguished in an instant. Mark told me he learned a couple of valuable lessons from that experience. The first lesson, he said, was that after some thought, after pulling himself off the ground and out of the fetal position, as he said what he realized was his book wasn't the thing that was the problem. His book wasn't the thing that was broken. Mark's conclusion was it was the publishing industry that was broken, not the people behind the publishing houses, but publishing's antiquated business model. What he meant by that was that the people within the publishing houses were wonderful people who absolutely adore books. And they're very good at what they do, because what the publishers do is they find good books and then they turn those good books into great books. But what Mark realized is that the people, even with all of their knowledge and talent and experience and expertise and even enthusiasm for the books that they chose, even with all of that, they really had no way of accurately predicting or guaranteeing which books that they chose would become the next breakout bestsellers. Now, because of that, they couldn't afford to take a risk on every single manuscript or every single author that came across their offices or that came across their desks. Because of that, they were forced to choose books based on their perceived commercial merit, or books that they felt would perform well out in the market. As a matter of fact, candidly, a couple of the publishers told Mark's agent that they had soap opera-based books in the past, and those books performed so poorly that they would never even consider taking a chance on another soap opera-based book again. So with that, Mark learned that, well, gosh, if our novel is as good as people are telling us it is, and not just our friends and family, but actually industry people, agents, publishers, editors, if they're telling us it's really good, but they're still rejecting it, Mark said there must be tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of authors, maybe even millions of authors just like us, who had their hopes and dreams extinguished too. He felt that maybe some of those authors went to their graves with their books. Maybe some of those books could have become potential classics. He felt that was a travesty. And then in 2008, he began working on the business plan for Smashwords. And I'm sorry, that was 2005. And then in 2008, Smashwords was launched as an ebook publishing and distribution platform that enabled any author anywhere in the world to publish and distribute an ebook for free. Okay, this brings me to trend number 1. The rise of ebooks. When ebooks hit the scene, it was like screens suddenly became the new paper. People were excited. This is right around late 2007, early 2008, when they first started kind of trending up there. People began reading, or the early adopters, I should say, began reading books on everything from desktop computers to laptop computers to dedicated e-reading devices like the Kindle and the Nook. And then people began reading ebooks on multifunctional tablets, like Apple's iPad came on the scene, the Kindle Fire. And then a lot of readers started reading books on smartphones. I'll raise my hand. I was a huge skeptic. I didn't think any reader would read a full book on a phone. Who would do such a thing? And now I'm completely changed. Probably 95% of all the books that I read are read on my smartphone. And I primarily read, well, I mostly read a lot of nonfiction. But let's take a look at how things sort of panned out here in the US. This chart is showing ebooks as a percentage of the US trade book market between 2008 and today, roughly. Look what happened, especially between 2008 and late 2012, early 2013. Let me back up a second and point out that in 2008, Ebooks in the United States accounted for about 1%, maybe a little bit less than 1% of the total US trade book market. Trade books in the publishing industry, by the way, refer to books that are meant for general consumers, both fiction and nonfiction. Think of the type of books you might come across in a typical mall bookstore, or that you might come across in an airport bookstore. Again, books, both fiction and nonfiction, made for a general consumer audience. But look at that. Between 2008 and late 2012, early 2013, in the United States, the market for ebooks just exploded. It was growing exponentially by double and triple percentage points year over year over year, until again that late 2012, early 2013, where the market just sort of plateaued. It sort of flattened out. We reached this point of equilibrium where the early adopters have adopted, the people who are going to read ebooks are reading them on ebooks. But something for you to notice here is that this chart only represents dollar sales. It fails to represent unit volume. Unit volume is important to understand, especially as indie authors, especially as indie ebook authors, because unit volume tells a different story. Unit volume is an early key indicator of where the eyeballs are headed. Now, because ebooks are priced much lower than their print counterparts, again, unit volume is an early indicator of where these eyeballs are headed. We believe we're approaching a point where there are going to be just as many books consumed on screens as there are on paper. And in some popular genres, that crossover point has already happened. Think about the romance genre in particular. The romance genre contains perhaps the most voracious readers in the industry, those readers who are in the book-a-day club, readers who can go through a book every day. Not to mention the authors are among the most prolific in the industry. In romance, that crossover point happened probably years ago now, when there are more books being read on screens as there are on paper. But why did ebooks take off initially in the US, especially? For many of those early adopters, the simple fact that they could adjust that font size to make the reading experience more comfortable appealed to a lot of readers, even those readers with healthy eyes. If you're reading a book in print today, that font size isn't that small because it's the optimum size for your eyes. It comes down to economics. You can fit more words into a smaller space that way. Of course, ebooks and ebook readers are small, they're compact, they're lightweight. You can carry around your entire personal library with you wherever you go every day. But more importantly, your readers are carrying around a fully stocked bookstore with them wherever they go every moment of every day. Again, for some readers, it comes down to an ebooks and ebook devices portability, and the fact that how much easier it is as well. For me, I read a lot of nonfiction. I mentioned before. I love the fact that I could click on a book's on a word to look up a word instantly with an eBooks dictionary. I also love the navigational features within an ebook. So if I'm reading in a particular chapter and a particular point of research caught my attention, I can click out of the chapter to click into the footnotes, or I can click outside of the book to go into Wikipedia or to some other website to dive down even further into the topic that I'm researching. But the main reason why ebooks took off initially is us. It's consumers. And those three main consumer drivers are price, convenience, and selection. As consumers, we're motivated by price. And ebooks, as you know, are typically priced much less than their print counterparts. Now, in terms of convenience, this really hits home today, because with what's going on, in terms of convenience with an ebook, it's almost too easy to get ebooks now. In a matter of minutes, a reader can finish one book and then go online to find that next book, browse around, find that next book, purchase it, download it, and begin reading it. There's no need to get in the car. There's no need to change out of your pajamas or sweatpants. I think a lot of readers today are going to see that as a potentially safer option as well. Now, in terms of selection, so the largest brick and mortar physical bookstore in my hometown of San Jose, California, is a huge warehouse style Barnes and Noble store. If I were to take a guess, I would think that that store could possibly hold maybe 100, 150,000 titles, which sounds like a lot of titles. And it is a lot of titles, but still, it's just a drop in the bucket. If you were to compare that to the 4.5 or 5 million or even more now ebook titles that you could find at, say, an Amazon or Apple Books or Barnes and Noble or one of the other stores. Trend number 2, ebooks are going global. Now, to understand what this means to you and the global ebook opportunity, what it means to you and your author careers, let's take a step back for a second and talk about print books. Because even if your favorite reading medium is an ebook, or maybe it's even an audiobook, I think it's fair to say that all of us who love reading also love picking up a print book every now and then. There's something aesthetically pleasing about holding a book in your hands and feeling the weight of that book and flipping those pages and feeling that sense of accomplishment as you work your way through a book from the beginning to the end of it. But physical books are also kind of heavy and bulky, and they're expensive. They're not only expensive to produce, but they're expensive to manually box up and to ship into different regions of the globe, and then of course to unbox and to manually stock those physical books on physical store shelves. It's one of the reasons why the largest traditional publishers today find it prohibitively expensive to distribute books into every corner of the globe. Not to mention, physical books for some regions of the world are a cost prohibitive luxury that are too expensive for some people to afford. But ebooks, on the other hand, are freed from those logistical limitations of print. In other words, it is a lot cheaper and quicker to ship 10,000 ebook files around the globe than it would be to ship 10,000 pounds of paper, glue, and ink around the world. Now, earlier I shared with you that slide of how ebooks grew here in the US, especially between 2008 and 2012, early 2013. But markets outside of the US are growing now as well. It's because all of those ingredients of that primordial soup have come into play now. Markets outside of the US aren't growing by double and triple percentage points like what happened here, but they are growing. And the ingredients that are allowing for that growth include, of course, the devices, more internet and broadband connectivity, wider reader adoption with ebook devices. But what's key here is retail expansion, because all of the global ebook retailers are expanding their international footprints. For example, Amazon operates dedicated ebook stores in at least a couple of dozen countries now. Apple Books, the world's second largest ebook retailer behind Amazon, operates in dedicated Apple bookstores in 51 countries. As a side note, pay attention to Apple. Apple hates being number 2 in anything. Not to mention, Apple is the only ebook retailer that has over a billion, that's a billion with a B, devices proliferating out there in the world. And they're adding the Apple Books app by default on all those new devices. So that's Apple. Barnes & Noble operates dedicated ebook stores in at least a couple dozen countries now. Also keep your eye on Barnes & Noble. Barnes & Noble is under new ownership. We're all crossing our fingers. We will all want to see Barnes & Noble thrive. Kobo. Kobo is a mid-sized ebook retailer, but Kobo has always had a huge international footprint. Kobo operates in about 180 countries, even at Smashwords. So Smashwords is primarily an ebook distributor, as you know, but Smashwords has operated our little retail store since day one back in 2008. And we get visits from about 180 countries. And our little ebook store at smashwords.com has been growing consecutively year over year over year, especially the last 3 years, kind of bucking an overall larger industry trend. Books, so there's that retail expansion. And what's also interesting here is that the books that we distribute outside of the United States are selling. And as a case in point there, about 40% of the revenue that comes back to Smashwords through sales at Apple Books comes from outside of the US. And the overwhelming majority of those books are in English language. So no matter where you are publishing from, we feel that the market for your books outside of the US may soon dwarf the market for your books inside the US. It's also worth mentioning, if you didn't realize this already, maybe if you're newer to ebook self-publishing, when you publish an ebook and either you upload those books directly to those retailers or you use a distributor like Smashwords, when your ebooks land on those virtual store shelves, your ebooks aren't just landing on those virtual store shelves with excuse me, within the country that you reside. Your ebooks are going to land on those virtual store shelves within every country that these retailers are operating their ebook stores. That's the global opportunity for you. Trend number 3, the democratization of publishing. So it was just 12 years ago, that's not a very long time ago, 12 years ago, the largest publishers controlled the publishing industry. The traditional publishers controlled the publishing industry. It was a print-centric industry. The publishers controlled the printing press. So they decided which manuscripts they felt were good enough, or rather commercially viable enough, to be turned into published books, which meant that they decided which writers would become published authors. The publishers determined where books would be distributed into, what regions of the globe, what corners of the world, and of course into what physical bookstores. That also meant that the publishers controlled what books readers would be exposed to. But over the decades, publishers also built up this vast knowledge base of best practices. Best practices not only of just how to create beautiful books, beautiful products, but also best practices of how to market those books, how to target those readers. Best practices knowledge is key because best practices is what separates the amateurs from the pros. However, with the advent of ebooks and digital publishing and distribution tools, suddenly any author anywhere in the world with access to a computer and the internet can self-publish and distribute their ebooks for free and reach a global audience. So ask yourselves, what happens when readers are given the freedom and the tools and the knowledge to self-publish? This brings me to trend number 4, the rise of indie authors. The rise of indie authors isn't just some cool new fad that came out of California. The rise of indie authors has become this global cultural phenomenon that has unleashed a wave of diversity into this industry. It's become a movement. I would also submit to you that all authors today are indie authors, regardless if they're traditionally published or if they're self-published. And what I mean by that is that at no other time in the history of the publishing industry have writers had the opportunities and the options of publishing that you have in front of you now. Every single one of you, whether you are a first-time author or you are a traditional author who's working on their next manuscript, every single one of you can leave today, this afternoon, knowing with 100% assurance that your next book, that book that you have bubbling around in your head, you can leave with 100% assurance knowing that that manuscript, that project is going to become a published book. The only question is how? Are you going to continue down the self-publishing path? Are you going to go down the traditional publishing path? Maybe in a couple of years, you might decide that hybrid makes sense for you. Maybe your talent has attracted some traditional publishers. So maybe you'll publish some books traditionally. Maybe you'll publish some books independently. Some of the most successful, some of the most financially successful authors today are hybrid authors. There are still some voices in the industry who still try to pit traditional versus indie like it's some kind of religious war, like it's an us versus them battle, like one side's better than the other side. That's kind of a silly debate, hence the rolling eyes emoticon there, because both traditional publishing and indie publishing are viable options. And both traditional publishing and indie publishing can lead to author success, as we have all seen from both sides. Self-publishing, I would be among the first to tell you that self-publishing isn't for everyone. It takes a lot of hard work and dedication to your craft, but also dedication to that entrepreneurial spirit to work hard at the marketing and the promotion and the other things that go along with the production of ebooks to be a success. But if you work hard at it, you have opportunity and you have advantages and benefits of being a self-published ebook author. You can publish faster. You have access, near instantaneous access to global distribution. You can earn higher royalties. You maintain total creative freedom. I'll spend more time on some of those ebook publishing advantages when we get to an introduction to ebook publishing in the next workshop. Trend number 5. Indies are hitting all the bestseller lists. Well, this is what happens when you combine high quality ebooks with lower prices. Now, when this first started happening, self-published ebook authors started hitting the genre-specific bestseller lists at the retailers. And the self-publishing skeptics, the naysayers, were quick to say, oh, look at this. Some little self-published author hit the bestseller list at one of the retailers over here. It's probably a bug with the reporting algorithms, or they said it's a fluke. It won't continue happening. But it did continue happening. And not only did indie authors continue hitting the genre-specific bestseller lists at the retailers, they started climbing those genre-specific bestseller lists at the retailers. And then they made the jump to hitting the bestseller lists of mainstream media, like the New York Times, USA Today, the Wall Street Journal. Whenever an indie author hits one of these bestseller lists, they're not just replacing a traditionally published author on one of these lists. They're taking a little nibble out of the market share of those traditional publishers. 12 years ago, it's fair to say, it's safe to say, that indie ebook market share was probably around 0%. Today, we believe indie ebook market share to be somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 15 to 20%. There are probably some people out there who would think that that's way too conservative of an estimate. Trend number 6. The self-publishing stigma is evaporating. See, there it goes. Well, why is it evaporating? Let's step back and look back 12 years ago. Remember, 12 years ago, the book publishing industry was a print-centric industry, and the largest publishers controlled the printing press. They controlled distribution. Because of that, traditional publishing was a writer's option of first resort. And self-publishing, understandably, was the option of last resort for 99.999% of writers. Writers knew that they needed a traditional publisher. A traditional publishing contract was a requirement if you had any realistic hope of getting your books in front of readers. Because of that, of course, self-publishing was the option of last resort. But also, there was this really strong stigma attached to being a self-published author. If you were a self-published author, it was assumed that you were a failed author. And what I mean by that is that you must be self-publishing because the largest traditional publishers didn't think your work was good enough, or you couldn't gain the attention or the adoration of those traditional publishers. And unfortunately, a lot of that stigma was proliferated by writers themselves. And no writer wanted to walk around with this big neon flashing light above their heads that said failed author. So what did they do? Well, hopefully they continued to write and improve upon their craft, even if it was in obscurity. But other authors gave up. But today, what we have found over the last 12 years is that self-publishing has moved away from the option of last resort into the option of first resort. And not just for brand new authors, also professional, traditionally published authors who are working on smaller projects in between their major releases are looking to self-publishing. Authors are finding that self-publishing is not only a viable option, it's often a more lucrative option. So on our platform, we work with probably dozens of New York Times bestselling authors, and a few of them have been picked up by larger publishers. One in particular, as a matter of fact, I believe we profiled her on our blog. Anyway, she had become hugely successful, became a New York Times bestselling author. She got picked up by one of the largest traditional publishers, and the way she explains it was she loved her publisher. She loved her editor. They did some great work on her behalf, but she began to miss the joy of having all that creative control. And then she also figured out that if she stayed self-publishing, that it was a more lucrative option for her. So when it came time for her to renegotiate her contract, she told them, you know, thank you very much. I love you guys, but I enjoy self-publishing more. So that was one author's experience. Other writers who are up and coming are learning about these experiences. They're learning about the benefits and advantages of self-publishing. They've learned that when authors have that freedom and that choice and they're hitting these bestseller lists, they're learning that you simply can't argue with the success and opportunity that self-publishing provides to indie ebook authors. Not to mention, indie authors, you guys are out there pioneering some of the best practices that are shaping this entire industry. It was the indie authors who first started experimenting with offering free books to help generate awareness for the other books in their backlist that had a price attached to them that helped them sell more books and become better known. Indies also pioneered the idea of offering first in a series for free. As you'll learn in the next couple of sessions, series that have a free series starter perform better than series without free series starter. Indies also applied best practices in terms of ebook pre-orders as a marketing tool. So all of this is inspiring that next generation of authors, and that is what's helping that stigma to evaporate even further. I often get asked, is the self-publishing stigma gone? I don't think it's gone completely. For some authors, it is gone completely, but still for others, it's still kind of there a bit. Secret number 7, the ebook glut. So what do I mean by that? As you all know, there is a tsunami of ebooks flooding the market, both traditionally published and self-published. And why is this happening? Well, once again, let's look back 12 years. 12 years ago, it was a print-centric industry, and physical bookstores had constrained space. They can only physically carry a limited amount of books. But with the advent of ebooks and digital publishing and distribution and global ebook retailers, the ebook retailers have unlimited virtual shelf space. And what's best is that, 12 years ago, the biggest physical retailers in the world could not accept all the books, could not accept every single book from self-published authors in particular. They had that limited shelf space. But today, with global ebook retailers and that unlimited virtual shelf space, all of the largest global ebook retailers in the world are welcoming your books. They're welcoming self-published ebooks with open arms. Now next, as you've already learned, with the advent of ebooks and digital publishing and distribution tools, any writer anywhere in the world and their cat can self-publish books and have them distributed and reach a global audience. What else is key here is that your ebooks will never go out of print. That's causing there to be a lot of books. We've reached a situation where the supply of ebooks has outstripped the demand. When this occurs, typically there is less sales for everyone across the board. Yes, there will always be those outliers who continue to sell incredibly well no matter what, those authors who have those rabid followings. But for most of us, there will be less sales for all. When that happens, then price competition ensues. Authors start to compete on price. And when price competition becomes a part of the game, those traditionally published ebook authors are going to suffer from those higher prices. But you, indie authors, indie ebook authors have that flexibility to offer your prices for significantly less than what a traditionally published ebook author can offer their books at. Trend number 8. Amazon is exploiting this ebook glut. Did you really think I was going to talk about the 10 trends impacting the future of publishing without at least mentioning Amazon? I didn't think so. Let's give Amazon some credit here because they are a brilliant company. They're so smart and they hire some of the brightest minds. I was going to say in the industry, they hire some of the brightest minds in the world. They're scary smart. They are razor sharp and laser focused on all of their objectives. Lest we forget, Amazon got their start with books. They understand that it's you, the authors, who are the lifeblood of this industry. It's not the publishers, it's not the retailers, it's not the distributors, it's you, it's the authors. If there are no authors, there is no publishing industry. Also, to give credit where credit is due, Amazon helped spark the democratization of publishing, which in turn led to the indie author revolution. Amazon was a party to and a witness of not only the indie author revolution, but they've watched as the power center in the publishing industry has shifted away from the traditional publishers and into the hands of you, the writers, again, where it belongs. But Amazon has also witnessed authors climbing those bestseller lists and taking market share away from traditional publishers. Because of that, Amazon understands that it's you, it's the indie authors who are the future of this industry. Now, before we take a closer look at Amazon's ebook self-publishing options, let's take a moment to talk about Amazon's business model, how Amazon works a little bit, at least to get a basic understanding. So if you've ever shopped at Amazon, I think most people know this already anyway, but Amazon is obsessed with offering their consumers the lowest prices possible. And as consumers, we love them for it, right? They want to give those consumers, their consumers, the lowest prices possible. Sometimes that means that they got to squeeze their suppliers just a little bit more to eke out those lower prices. As indie authors and publishers, it's important to realize that you are a supplier. Amazon is also obsessed with offering the largest inventory, not just of books, but for everything. They're the everything store. As a side note, if you haven't read The Everything Store by Brad Stone and you want to learn a little bit about Amazon's DNA, what makes them tick, pick it up, The Everything Store by Brad Stone. It's a good read, it's a quick read. So again, Amazon's obsessed with offering that biggest ever inventory for everything. To Amazon, it is a failure if you as a consumer have a product that you need or a product that you desire, and you start your browsing by going to another online retailer that is not Amazon. Also keep in mind that Amazon is commodity driven. Commodities don't compete based on their unique qualities. And to Amazon, a book is a commodity. Commodities compete on price. So to Amazon, a book is no different than a box of staples or a package of napkins. But here's where it gets challenging. Amazon is also extremely comfortable operating at break even or even below break even. They want to bring consumers into their store. They don't just want to sell them books or napkins or staples. They want to sell them flat screen TVs and couches and furniture and dog food and who knows what else. Ask yourself, are you comfortable operating at break even or just below break even for the long term? It was Jeff Bezos, Amazon's CEO, who once famously said, or infamously said, as if you want, your margin is my opportunity. So again, ask yourself if you can operate at break even for the long term. Okay, let's look at a couple of Amazon self-publishing options. There's KDP and KDP Select. KDP stands for Kindle Direct Publishing. KDP Select, is Amazon's exclusivity option, where for a period of 90 days at a time, your books are to be sold exclusively at Amazon only. They can't be offered at any other retailer, nor can they be sold on your personal author website. Amazon is pulling authors in by droves to KDP Select with the promise of access to their largest market share. In the US, Amazon's ebook market share is somewhere in the neighborhood of probably 80 to 90% now. And not only that, Amazon is promising authors that if you sign up for KDP Select, if you go exclusive with us, we're going to offer you preferential access to enhanced merchandising and marketing tools. And then, in essence, preferential access to the world's largest concentration of readers. Now, this has brought up a really tough decision for indie authors over the last few years. That decision being, do I play the short game and go exclusive at Amazon and kind of, leave the other retailers there on the table, but go exclusive at the world's largest ebook retailer and gain this preferential treatment? Or do I play the long game and distribute my books widely so that I'm building up my readership at all the different retailers, yet risk getting my books buried at Amazon? What do I do? It is an extremely tough decision for indie authors today, and one I don't envy. But think about it a bit. So currently Amazon has about 1.5 million titles that are signed up for KDP Select. So 1.5 million titles that are exclusive to Amazon. That 1.5 million titles is probably about a quarter of their entire ebook inventory. Now, there are some voices in the industry who might say, well, who cares? Because aren't most of those titles that have signed up, aren't most of those books self-published books? And by that very definition, doesn't that mean that if they're self-published, that they're of lower quality? And that's an argument that I wouldn't subscribe to, because anybody who says that self-published ebooks are of lower quality is missing the point. And here's the point. 1.5 million titles represents such critical mass that even if a tiny fraction of those books are super awesome, and by the way, they are superb quality books, bestsellers, bestsellers in some cases. So even if a tiny fraction of those 1.5 million titles are great, that's tens of thousands of books that are going to satisfy readers of those genres for potentially years and years to come. It also means that that's 1.5 million titles that aren't available anywhere else except for Amazon. So what does that mean to you as authors and as readers? It means that those books that aren't available to Amazon, there are fans of those genres who can't get those books at their favorite retailer. So then they're forced to leave their favorite retailer and then go to Amazon to get those books that they want to read. When we see more customers leaving those retailers, we'll see more retail closures. When there are more retail closures, you, the authors, will have to depend on fewer and fewer retailers. Trend number 9. Kindle Unlimited is undermining the market for single copy sales. So what is Kindle Unlimited, or KU? So KU is Amazon's monthly ebook subscription service for a low monthly rate. I think it's still $9.99 here in the US. Readers are given a virtually unlimited source of reading material every month. The authors who put their books into Amazon are at Amazon exclusively, because KDP Select is really the engine that's fueling Kindle Unlimited. And the authors who are participating in Kindle Unlimited are paid per qualified read. Yet the author's royalty is divorced from the author's list price. So the author isn't really getting to decide what their book is worth. Amazon and Amazon's algorithms are deciding what that book is worth. But with Kindle Unlimited and that $9.99 all-you-can-eat buffet, it's training readers to forgo single copy purchases. Single copy purchases are what the book publishing industry was built on. But here's what's happening. When you search for a book at Amazon, oftentimes you're presented with a screen like this, where Amazon is calling out, hey, you can get this book for free. Just sign up for Kindle Unlimited. If you were to just kind of sit there for a couple of seconds and look at those buttons, they get a little impatient and they show you a window like this. Sign up for Kindle Unlimited. So what's happening here? Well, readers who are reading via Kindle Unlimited are given thousands, if not tens of thousands of reasons never to purchase a single copy again. In fact, single copies that are priced at just 99 cents are starting to look expensive to readers out there. I want to remind you that you are running a business. You need to earn money to stay in business and to continue writing books. Readership is fantastic, and you need readership in the long term, but readership alone isn't going to put food on your table and enable you to invest any of that profit back into your marketing and research for your future titles. But now we have this situation where the dominant retailer in the industry is saying that your books are too expensive. Our final trend, the COVID-19 pandemic. And where do we go from here? So I wanted to cover this today because, you know, this is something that we're all grappling with right now. Every single one of us. You know, in the United States after 9/11, 9/11 did end up impacting the entire world, but it happened here in the US. And then post 9/11, it was like this post 9/11 world where we just refer to all the changes of being like post 9/11. But the pandemic is impacting all of us at the same time. I think we've all experienced some level of shock and fear as we see those images on the news. I read, or I came across this explanation of the experience as the storm and how it can be different for everybody in 3 different ways. Meaning, I'm probably going to butcher this, but basically what they meant was, there's a storm out there, and for some people, it's just some dark clouds, and maybe they're experiencing a few sprinkles out there. But for others, it's this massive downpour, and it's quite scary, and they're terrified, and they're taking shelter. And then for others, it's out of control. It's a tornado outside that's ripped the roofs off their homes and taken them apart from their families. Now, right now, our daily lives, our routines are changing. We're watching as society is changing. Our governments are telling us what's essential and what's non-essential. And our collective mindsets are changing as well. It's impacting us on a psychological level, where we're nervous about going grocery shopping. We're putting on masks and gloves to pick up produce at the grocery store. But what does it mean for authors? I think it means that currently, right now, you're going to be changing the ways that not only how you write books, how you produce your books, how you publish those books, and market those books. It's going to change. We've already seen the changes that are happening right now in our industry. We've seen, I want to say, countless conferences postponed or canceled altogether. Your author education was put on hold, which is one of the major reasons why we wanted to do this author day for you. Book signings were put on hold, other gatherings, reader events, and unfortunately, we've also seen some bookstore closures. But what does that mean to us all going forward? I think when we start to kind of break out of the clouds and come out of COVID-19 and emerge, I think we're going to see a new normal. Maybe I'm not the first one to say that. And I don't know. I don't know about you guys, but I keep envisioning this. Someone's going to flick this switch, and they're going to say, "Oh, it's safe for us to go outside, and we're all going to have these parties, and all of our friends and family are going to be there, and we're going to hug and kiss." But we can't do that, and I think it's going to be this emergence that's going to take months and potentially years. So right now, at least in this industry, we're moving to online conferences and online book signings and online reader gatherings. When we come out of this, there could be fewer physical bookstores. I think that mindset I talked about earlier is going to impact our psychology, our collective psychology, and we're going to have this new normal when we get back out into the world. Today I can't take my little girl to a playground. Maybe some of you are experiencing the same thing. When I walk my dog around my neighborhood and I see one of my neighbors approaching, I have to cross the street and kind of wave from across the street. When we go grocery shopping, we're fearful. We're donning those masks and gloves. When we come out of this, are we going to want to revisit physical bookstores? Are we going to want to pick up that book that may have been touched by dozens or if not hundreds of other hands? I think it's going to take some time to come out of this. But this is also representing an opportunity for you. I want you guys to think as we move forward through today and through these different sessions here, how you can realign and reimagine your online presence. You have access today to a global audience. Now you know that you have the tools to not only publish your book and distribute your ebooks out there. You have tools like this, like Zoom, like Facebook Live, and other tools that are super awesome that can enable you to continue to connect with your readers and your fans, and of course your loved ones as well. Another thing that is exciting for you all is that readers are beginning to rediscover the joys of ebooks. Another thing I wanted to mention too, that there's always going to be forces that challenge us, that are both real and imagined out there. And it's scary right now, but don't let that fear paralyze you. Use arm yourselves with knowledge, because it's the knowledge that's going to help you carry you through this pandemic, and it's that knowledge that's going to help you navigate through not only when we get out of the pandemic, but it's going to help you navigate and keep your author careers intact. So just in summary, with the key trends here, it's the indie authors who are writing the next chapter of this industry. We've seen how 12 years ago, it was a print-centric industry and publishers call the shots. Today, that power center has shifted away from the largest traditional publishers and shifted to you, the writers, where it belongs. Authors, it's you who are the lifeblood of the publishing industry. It is not the publishers, it's not the retailers, it's not the distributors, it's you. As you know now, there's never been a better time to be a writer. There's never been a better time to be a writer in the history of the publishing industry. You have opportunities and options available to you that were never available before. With that becomes great power, and with that great power comes great responsibility. So as you move through this industry and as you move down the path of your author career, make wise choices, because the decisions that you make today are going to shape a generation. The future of the publishing industry is in your hands. In other words, you, my dear listeners, are the future of publishing. That brings us to the end of our first session here. And just real quickly, the next session is an introduction to ebook self-publishing, and it begins promptly at 11:30 Pacific. I am going to stop sharing my screen. I'm going to enable chat. I'm going to enable chat. Okay. Oh, 1 second, everybody. Okay, if you have questions, you can ask your questions here. If not, I will see you back at 11:30. Any questions, anybody? Oh, thanks, you guys. Oh. Wow, there's a lot of questions coming in. Careful what you ask for out there. Okay, let's see. I'm going to blow this up here. Okay. Would Smashwords do a subscription program? That is a good question. Currently, no. We don't have any plans to do a subscription program, although we do distribute to one of the largest and most respected subscription services out there, which is Scribd. So when you go through the distribution process at Smashwords, choose Scribd as one of your retail outlets. We've been working for them for a long time, and they're fantastic companies. Another question. Will your presentations today be available later? Yes, thank you for asking that. Gosh, I knew there was something I was forgetting to mention at the beginning of this session. Yes, so within a day or two, I intend to kind of shrink down this presentation and then put it into a PDF and make it available to everybody. It's still going to be like this massive file probably. So let me shrink it down, and most likely I'll put it on Dropbox, and then I'll create a link and send it to you guys so you can download it at your convenience. Donna asks, how do we reach readers in other countries? Luckily, through distribution, when you distribute your books into the retailers, whether it's Amazon or Barnes & Noble or Kobo or Apple Books, you are going to reach readers on those virtual store shelves within all of the countries that each one of those retailers are operating their dedicated ebook stores. Your ebooks are not just going to reside on those virtual store shelves in whichever country that you reside, your books are going to proliferate into all of those countries that all of the global ebook retailers are operating. Lynn asks, what would you say are the indie best practices that have already been established? Well, Lynn, I'm glad you asked. Come back in about 20 minutes, and I will walk you through the 16 secrets of the best-selling ebook authors. That will be, I'll reveal all of their best practices and more. So I hope you come to that one. Oh, actually, that'll be 2 sessions from now. The next session is an introduction to self-publishing. The third session is the 16 secrets to the best-selling authors. But stick around for the 4th session when I talk about the book launch and ebook pre-orders and pre-sales. Let's see. Okay, here's a question. So Sandy asks, just to confirm, if I sell my book through KDP, this means I don't get to sell anywhere else? I'm glad you asked this. So Amazon has 2 options. There's KDP and KDP Select. Every one of you should have your books for sale at Amazon. They're the largest ebook seller in the world. Have your books at Amazon. Where it gets a little tricky is with KDP Select. KDP Select is Amazon's exclusivity option. If you enroll your books with KDP Select, your books are sold at Amazon only. They're not available for sale anywhere else. And that's for a period of 90 days. And keep in mind that you have to manually opt out. They're not going to automatically opt you out at the end of that 90 days. So pay attention to your author dashboards at Amazon if you are currently exclusive with them, so that at the end of that 90 days, if you're interested in distributing further, then you can opt out and put your books wider. Let's see. Here's an option from Stephen. I've had challenges with technical aspects of setting up my ebook on Smashwords. How can I get support? If you're having any problems with your books at Smashwords, whether it's formatting or having those books converted, at the top of any Smashwords page, you will see a little question mark button. Click on that question mark or go to the bottom of any Smashwords page and you'll see a link to support. You can either click on that question mark at the top of any Smashwords page or click on the link on the support link at the bottom of any Smashwords page to reach our support team. They're extremely quick. They're well-versed in pretty much everything. They can answer questions that I wouldn't be able to answer. They're very good. They're quite responsive, and they'll be able to help you right away. Is Amazon violating antitrust law? That's another one of our questions. I'm not going to touch that one. I know our founder, Mark Coker, and several other entities have their thoughts on that, but I don't want to go down that rabbit hole right now. Here's another question. Do you think the best option, whoops, I just lost it. Oh, here it is. Do you think the best option is to self-publish on all online publishers or to choose only one? I'm going to discuss that in the 16 secrets to the best published authors. At the risk of repeating myself in that session, I'll just say that, well, I will repeat myself because even if I do repeat it in the next couple of sessions, it bears repeating. And I'll put it this way. As self-published authors, you have a couple of hurdles that you need to overcome. Hurdle number 1 is to write that phenomenal book that your readers love, a book that's so good that turns your readers into fans. But hurdle number 2 is to put your books, well, hurdle number 2 is to make yourselves as findable or as discoverable as you possibly can. The best way to make yourself as findable as you possibly can is to put your books everywhere where readers go to find books. So that means every retailer and public libraries too. And you have the tools to do that today, and those tools are free. So even if you decide to go exclusive at a single retailer, even if that single retailer is the largest retailer in the world, there are still millions and millions and millions of readers who are shopping at the other retailers. To those readers, if you're only exclusive at one retailer, to those readers, you're invisible. And if you're invisible, you're not purchasable. Let me answer one more question, possibly 2 more questions. Is it true that if you e-publish, that the traditional publishers will not look at you? That depends. if you self-publish an ebook and you are wildly successful, if your book takes off, if you are able to get a following, if your book leads to your platform growing, your fan base growing on social media through Facebook and Twitter, and if that self-published book starts to take off, if you've sold a lot of units, you better believe those traditional publishers are going to want to talk to you. We've seen it time and time again. It happens. On the other hand, if you self-publish your book and you've sold 10 copies, or you're just getting started online with your social media followings, they may not pay much attention to you. So it's another one of those tough choices that you'll have to make. Somebody asked, oh, Darlene asked, if Scribd wasn't an option when we first published, do we need to go back and add that to our distribution options? You may have been automatically opted in to Scribd as a distribution option for you if you're distributing through Smashwords currently. So go into your author dashboard and click on your channel manager to see who you are currently opted in to distribute to. Okay, I am out of time for questions. Let's pick this back up again. If you have a burning question and I didn't get to you right now, please feel free to shoot me an email. My email address is Jim, that's Jim, @smashwords.com. Even if you want to ask it later today or tonight or a month from now, I'm there for you. So feel free to ask your questions. So thank you all for attending this first session. I hope you stay with me for the remainder of the day. I'm sorry I couldn't get to everybody's questions. I hope you stay with me for the remainder of the day. And I'll see you back here at 11:30 Pacific. Sorry you have to keep staring at my big face here. I'm going to stop the video for a moment. Hi, everybody. We are back. So thanks for waiting for me to come back. I really appreciate it. I'm going to just hop into the next session. Let me get there and share my screen again. Share. Okay. Some of you are joining us for the first time today, and while others have started earlier, so I wanted to welcome the newcomers. Welcome to an introduction to self-publishing your ebook. And once again, thank you for those of you who were with me since the beginning of this session here. There are a couple of things I forgot to mention right before the first session in terms of like little housekeeping type items. One of those was, you know, when I've switched over and I'm sharing my screen here, there's a little, you might have a little window of me talking. If you're sick of looking at me, or if my little window is blocking part of the slide, if you click over that window, you have the ability to kind of drag and drop it in different places on your screen. So I just thought I should mention that in case it's getting in your way. And also I wanted to mention to you that if you're enjoying what you're hearing today, if you are in a writers club or involved in some type of writers organization and you want Smashwords to come and speak to your club, let me know. Shoot me an email at jim@smashwords.com and we'll make it happen for you, okay? And finally, for those of you who weren't with me in the earlier session, I talked about some of the sessions that I'll be covering today, but I also mentioned during that session that I turn off chat as I'm going through the different slides for questions. And so what we're going to do here is we'll take about 60 minutes to get through an introduction to ebook self-publishing. And at the end, if you can hold your question until the end, I'd really appreciate it. I'll turn on chat and I'll get to as many of those questions as I possibly can. So let's hop into it. This will probably be one of those sessions that may come in under an hour. So let's get to it. Was worried there for a second. I wanted to double check to make sure that it was sharing. Okay. Double checking, double checking, double checking. All right. Okay. All right, here's what we're going to cover in this section. For those who weren't able to attend the very first section, I'll give a quick recap of those key trends and issues that are shaping the publishing industry and what those mean to you. I won't go through 10. I'll provide sort of the Cliff Notes version of the first 5. From there, we'll jump into the advantages of being a self-published ebook author. And then from there, we'll talk about a checklist of all the different things that you need to do as a self-published author to successfully produce, publish, and distribute your work. That section of this presentation will take the longest amount of time. So let's hop into it. Let's recap those top 5 trends that are impacting the future of publishing and what those trends mean to you. The trend number 1 was the rise of ebooks. So 12 years ago, we saw the advent of ebooks and digital publishing and distribution tools. And when ebooks first hit the scene in, say, 2008, the early adopters began reading books on everything from desktops to laptops to dedicated e-reading devices to multifunctional tablets to mobile devices like smartphones. Between 2008 and late 2012 and early 2013, we saw ebook sales here in the US at least grow by double and triple percentage points year over year over year until, again, late 2012, early 2013, where the market just sort of plateaued. So now we've reached this equilibrium, at least here in the United States, where ebooks account for right about 25% of dollar sales and print books account for right around 75% of dollar sales. Ebooks, number 2, second trend, ebooks are going global. This represents an opportunity for self-published authors because markets outside of the US are growing. The ebook retailers are expanding their reach internationally, but more importantly, as a self-published ebook author, this is an opportunity for you because when you self-publish and distribute your books to the retailers like Amazon or Apple or Barnes & Noble, your books aren't just landing on those virtual store shelves within the country that you reside. Your books are landing on those virtual store shelves within every country that all of the global major online ebook retailers are operating. Number 3, the democratization of publishing. So going back 12 years again, 12 years ago, the book publishing industry was a print-centric industry, and the largest traditional publishers called the shots. The largest publishers determined which manuscripts were good enough to become published books. They determined where books would be distributed into, not just which physical brick and mortar bookstores, but what regions of the globe. Then, with the advent of ebooks and digital publishing and digital distribution tools, suddenly 12 years ago, any author anywhere in the world can publish and distribute an ebook for free. When that happened, when authors and writers were given the tools to publish and distribute and reach readers and the knowledge of how to do all of these things, that led to trend number 4, which is the rise of indie authors. The rise of indie authors has grown to become a global cultural phenomenon that has unleashed a wave of diversity into this industry. It's become a movement. Indie authors, trend number 5, indie authors have begun hitting all the bestseller lists. Now, when this first started happening, indie authors were hitting the bestseller lists of genre-specific retailers. So they began first by hitting genre-specific lists at the retailers. And then indie authors not only kept hitting those genre-specific lists at the retailers, they started climbing those lists. And then indie ebook authors started hitting the bestseller lists of traditional media like the New York Times, USA Today, and the Wall Street Journal. When an indie author is replacing a traditional author on one of those bestseller lists, they're not just replacing that author, they're taking a little bit of a nibble out of that traditional publisher's market share. So again, indie authors 12 years ago, we believe indie ebook market share 12 years ago was 0%. Today, we think indie ebook market share is somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 to 20%. So all of these successes and all these opportunities are beginning to inform future generation of authors and self-published authors in particular, because writers are learning that you simply can't argue with the success and the opportunity that ebook self-publishing provides for authors. And let's talk about some of those advantages. Advantage number one of being a self-published ebook author. It's faster. What do I mean by faster? What I mean is, if you have completed your manuscript, and by completed, I don't just mean you wrote the end at the end of that manuscript. I mean, that manuscript has been professionally edited and revised, and you've formatted that manuscript to have it be converted into an ebook. When it's ready, once you click publish at one of the retailers if you directly upload, or once you click publish if you use a distributor like Smashwords, in a matter of minutes, your book will be for sale to a global audience. Now compare that minutes with going with a traditional publisher, and you're looking at potentially months or even a year or potentially even longer. The next advantage of being an indie author, an indie ebook author, is you have access to global distribution. You have near instantaneous access to global distribution. That means that within a few hours or a few days at the very most, your books are going to land at those virtual store shelves within every country that the major online retailers are operating their dedicated ebook stores. For a traditional publisher to distribute books, to distribute physical books into every nook and cranny of the globe, it's cost prohibitive. Print books are too expensive and too heavy to do that. But your ebooks are freed from those logistical limitations, so that when you distribute your ebooks once again are going to land on those virtual store shelves within every country that each of the major global retailers are operating dedicated ebook stores. Your third advantage, your self-published ebook will never go out of print. Now, catch this, because it's really important to understand, because if you were fortunate enough to get a large traditional publisher if you were fortunate enough to get a large traditional publishing contract, and you were also fortunate enough to receive distribution into hundreds of brick and mortar bookstores, at that moment where your physical book lands on one of those physical store shelves, the clock starts to tick, because that physical book needs to start selling, and it needs to start selling well. Because if it doesn't, in a matter of, say, a couple of weeks, or maybe they'll give you 30 days, if that book has very slow sales or no sales, you can bet that that retailer would remove your book from those store shelves, box it up, and send it back to the publisher for a full refund. And at that point, you're out of print. But ebooks don't work that way. Your ebook sales can grow slowly and differently over time. So even if your ebook has 0 sales for a matter of weeks, months, or even a year or more, none of the global ebook retailers are going to remove your book from their store shelves. That means your ebooks have a chance. They have a chance to find readers, and readers have a chance to find your books. This leads me to the next advantage of being a self-published ebook author. And that advantage is control. Control is the benefit that our bestsellers tell us is their favorite advantage of being a self-published ebook author. So what does this mean? This means you control every aspect of your publishing. You get to decide what the title of your book is going to be. You get to decide what your cover art is going to look like. You get to decide what the price of your book is going to be. This also means that if you published and distributed your book out into the world, if it's existing out there on those virtual store shelves, and those sales aren't rolling in as quickly as you had anticipated, it's not game over. Because you're in control, there are many things that you can do to help spark sales for your book. So don't consider your ebook just to be some static object that's sitting on a dark shelf somewhere in the corner, in the far back corner of a physical brick and mortar bookstore. Think of your ebook more as a seedling that you can nurture over time to help spark sales for your books. For example, if you published and released your book out into the world and those sales aren't rolling in, well, let's say, for example, you priced your book too high. You have the control and the flexibility to change the price of your book as often or as low as you like. You can price it at free for a little while if you wanted to. If you designed your own book's cover image and your book cover image just, well, let's just say it's less than professional looking, maybe it looks a little bit amateurish, you have the flexibility to work with a professional book cover artist and upload a brand new cover image whenever that cover image is ready. Maybe your book's description had typos or grammatical errors that you didn't notice. You can rewrite your book's description to make it sound more compelling, to pull more readers in. You could add keyword tags to make your book more discoverable to those readers who you're really trying to target or micro-target. In other words, there are all these little tips and tricks and things that you can do to help spark sales for your books. Now, your next advantage is a multi-part advantage. Because you're self-publishing, you are in business for yourself. Because you are in business for yourself, you have much, much lower expenses than what a large traditional publisher would have. This brings me to your next advantage. So the first advantage is lower expenses. Because of those lower expenses, you can set significantly lower prices for your ebooks. So you have lower expenses. Your lower expenses enable you to set lower prices for your ebooks. Even with your lower prices for each of your ebooks, you can still earn more per book sold. And again, this bears repeating. Because you're self-publishing, you have lower expenses. Your lower expenses enable you to offer your ebooks for significantly lower prices. Yet you can still earn more per book sold even with those lower prices. How much more? How does quadruple plus sound? So here's what we're seeing out there in the industry today. Indie ebook authors are earning a higher percentage of their book's list price. Indie ebook authors are typically earning between 60 to 80% of their ebook's list price as their royalty, or even higher if you sell it directly on your own website. Now compare earning 60 to 80% of your ebook's list price as your royalty versus just 12 to 17% that a traditionally published ebook author would earn. If we dive down into the numbers a bit, if I'm an aspiring author and I'm pricing my debut novel at $2.99, my take home is going to be about $2. For a traditionally published author to earn that same $2 from their book, they're going to have to price somewhere between $10 and $15. So put yourselves in the shoes of your readers. As a reader, if you are holding two books of what appear to be equal quality, and one book's priced at $2.99 and the other book is priced at $12.99, which one would you take home? This is one of your single biggest advantages of being a self-published ebook author. That advantage of being able to price significantly lower, being able to reach more readers with that lower price, yet still being able to earn more per book sold at those lower prices. So if that is all sinking in, let's start talking through your checklist for publishing your ebook. All of these things, and even more, but all of these things you'll need to do. Let's start with item number 1. No magic happens until you finish your book. I'm guilty of this too. I've got to finish mine. But not only do you just finish your book, today your book has to be better than good. If you're self-publishing, your book has to be better than good. Because now you know there are tools that exist that make ebook publishing and distribution fast, free, and easy. Unfortunately, there's no such thing as a tool that makes it fast, free, and easy to write a great book. That's one of your largest objectives, one of your largest hurdles for being a self-published ebook author, is to write these books that move your readers to emotionally satisfying extremes. Whether you are a self-published author for the first time, or you're a traditionally published author who is investigating self-publishing for the first time, realize that you are becoming a publisher. So you need to act like one. I hope that you were with me for the first session, because I talked about publishers and how the publishers are quite good at what they do. Because what the best publishers do is they find good books, and then they turn those good books into great books. And now all of that responsibility is falling on your shoulders. So be absolutely fanatical about the quality of your books that you are publishing. What does that mean? That means go through those editing rounds, revise, edit again, revise again. Get beta readers involved. Go through multiple beta reader rounds if you have to. If you don't know what a beta reader is like a test reader. And you will be better served if you go beyond your tight circle of family and friends to be your test readers or your beta readers, because your family and friends, they love you. They think that the simple fact that you're writing a book in the first place is incredible. So they're not going to want to hurt your feelings. But a test reader, someone that's a little more detached from you, will help you uncover any of those potential reading speed bumps that can interrupt the enjoyability of your book. These can be little things like grammar, spelling, and punctuation errors that you no longer see because you're so close to your project. But they can also be larger things that you no longer see, like plot discrepancies. So go through those beta reader rounds, and let's say that you're fortunate enough to have some leftover money that's burning a hole in your pocket, and you're considering putting that leftover budget toward marketing, or maybe you want to put it toward professional editing. In your head, it's like this either or opportunity. You're either going to go with a professional editor, or you're going to go with the marketing. I would encourage you to go with professional editing. Marketing is important. Marketing can help spark some awareness for your books. Marketing can even lead to some sales of your books. But if your objective is to have a book that really takes off, because this is a word of mouth industry, and the book publishing industry always has been a word of mouth industry. Nothing helps a book take off, and I mean really take off, more than reader word of mouth. And while marketing may help spark some sales for your book, nothing's going to help your book take off more than reader word of mouth. And a professional editor is what can help get you there. So go with a professional editing. It's almost a no-brainer these days. Your professional editor as a self-published author will probably be your biggest expense as you go through this process. The next item on your checklist, ebook formatting. So what is it? Ebook formatting is simply that layout and design process that's going to prepare your original manuscript to be converted into an ebook. Now, when I talk about this, and if you've never formatted a book before, try to forget some of what you know. Even if you are proficient with word processing tools like Microsoft Word, and you feel that you're an expert and you can do it. So try to let go of some of what you know, because if you approach ebook formatting by trying to make your ebook look exactly like your print book, I guarantee you're going to run into some frustration. The reason is because ebooks are consumed differently than print books. The readers are going to change the look and feel of your books. And keep in mind that the devices themselves are going to change the look and feel of your books. You're designing for smaller screens now. And those smaller screens, whether they're tablets or smartphones, those words are going to need to shapeshift and reflow across those smaller screens. Let me give you some examples here. So here's an example of somebody reading a novel on a smartphone, on an iPhone in particular. Notice how the readers, depending on whichever reading app that they have, readers today, they have the option of not only increasing that font size, they can increase the font size, they can change the font style. Some reading apps allow you to change the color of the font. Some allow you to change the background behind the text. Of course, you can put it into day view or nighttime mode, portrait mode, and landscape mode. Good formatting is important because if you format your book properly, your books will be readable on any device that your reader chooses, on any device that your reader prefers. If you need help with formatting, you can do it yourself. It's not that difficult, but I want to ensure that you know about the Smashwords Style Guide. The Smashwords Style Guide has almost become like the Bible for ebook self-publishing. It's free. You can download it from Smashwords or any other retailer, and it will walk you through that step-by-step process of formatting your original manuscript. If you want to use the Style Guide, let me give you a couple of pieces of advice first. One, the Style Guide focuses a lot on Microsoft Word. So even if you are proficient with Microsoft Word and you feel like you can kind of skip around the different steps, don't do that because it may lead to frustration later. So literally follow it step by step by step by step, and I can almost guarantee you that when you're done, your book will be accepted and converted into multiple file types every time on the first try. Piece of advice number two, if you are formatting for the first time, don't feel like you have to format your entire manuscript the first time through. What I usually advise authors to do is just take maybe the first 10 pages of your manuscript, or maybe go through the first chapter, and then cut that part of the manuscript away, paste it into a new manuscript, and format that first 10 pages or that first chapter, and play with it. Gain that comfort level with formatting, gain that confidence, and I would bet that you actually start to even enjoy it. And then once you start enjoying it, you can create a template, and then it'll just get easier and easier and easier every time. And then you can help your friends. The next item on your checklist, cover images. As you all know, cover images are critically important. And then the next workshop, the 16 Secrets to eBook Publishing Success, we're going to camp out on cover images for a while, but I'll cover some of the same material here. So it's no longer good enough for you just to have a good enough book. And in that same breath, it's no longer good enough for you just to have a cover image that's good enough. Your cover image has to be superb. Your cover images they're not just important, they're critically important, because whether you realize it or not, every time you walk into a brick and mortar bookstore or you browse online at your favorite ebook retailer, the chances are you're rejecting cover after cover after cover until one of those cover images just kind of stops you in your tracks and compels you either to pick up that book off the store shelf or to click on that book's image to read more about that book. to read that book's description. Your cover image is the first impression that your prospective readers, your prospective fans will have of you as a professional author and as a brand. So naturally, your cover images must be targeted to your genre, but not just targeted to your genre, micro-targeted to those specific readers that you're trying to attract. We'll talk more about that in the next section. Your cover image has to look just as professional, if not better, than any cover images that are coming out of New York, because it's not like a reader is going to see a self-published cover image that looks amateurish and take pity on you. They're not going to say, oh, look, this book is obviously self-published. I think I'll give that guy a chance. It doesn't work like that. Your cover image has to look just as good, if not better, than any of those cover images that are coming out of the best publishing houses in New York and elsewhere. But don't forget, since we're talking about ebooks, the first time you see your cover art, it'll be on your tablet screen or on your desktop computer screen, and it will look big and bright and beautiful, and you're gonna love it. But the first time one of your prospective readers sees it, it's going to be on a virtual store shelf at one of the retailers about the size of a postage stamp, just this little icon. And most likely it's going to be right next to potentially dozens of other images about that same size. And somehow your ebook's cover image has to stop that reader in his or her tracks to compel them to click on your image to learn more about your book. So how do you get there? Do you do it yourself, or do you hire a professional? Unless you are a book cover designer, especially one who is intimately familiar with your genre, hire a professional. As a side note, every year I have the privilege to attend writers' conferences around the country, sometimes even in other countries, and not only give workshops like this one, but be an attendee. Be an attendee and listen in as best-selling authors tell the stories of how they got to where they are today. And I can tell you, without question, I don't know of a single self-published ebook author who does a single self-published best-selling ebook author who does absolutely everything by herself. But if there are two things that best-selling authors tend to agree upon as far as what they must outsource, number one, professional editing. Number two, professional cover art. Because don't forget, your cover image is both marketing and content. So put yourself in the shoes of your readers and ask yourself, what is it that my reader really, really wants? And then deliver that to them. Deliver that to them on your cover image, because your cover image is giving them a promise. And that promise is, this is exactly the book that you've been looking for. Some pieces of advice real quickly. These are old images, but I love these examples. I use them in most of my workshops. These are examples of what not to do. So don't do this. This is an author from the early days of Smashwords who, for the cover image of his ebook, took a digital photograph of his print book up on the windowsill of his home and uploaded the entire image as the book cover image for his book. He didn't bother, cropping out the cars in the driveway or the trees, the shrubbery in the background, or even the windowsill. So in other words, don't be lazy. Also, don't do this. Yes, this is an actual cover image within our catalog. And I think, I haven't checked for a while, but I think it's still there. The last time I checked, this book had 0 sales. I don't know why, but it had 0 sales. So, produce good work. Make sure your cover image has a title, has an author name, and has an image that maybe gives the reader some clue about what the book is about. And definitely don't do this. Now, this is something that we just put together for fun. This isn't an actual cover image, but it's just something we put for fun, just to really drive home the point that you don't want your cover image to look amateurish. Your cover image has to look just as good, if not better, than those cover images that are coming out of the world's best traditional publishers. The next item on your checklist is metadata. I don't know about you, but the first time I heard the term metadata, it kind of scared me. And if you were with us for the first session, when I went through my background a little bit, my background is in the high-tech industry here in the Silicon Valley, not as a technologist, but as a marketer. So my job was to take all the gobbledygook, at least what I thought was gobbledygook engineering speak, and turn it into language that my mother would understand. So after I joined Smashwords and I heard the term metadata, my first reaction was, oh no, here's one of those uber technical terms that I'm never going to understand what it means. So when I asked one of the engineers, what's metadata? Can you explain that to me? And he says, oh yeah, sure, that's easy. Metadata is just data about data. And I felt my eyes just kind of glossing over, like, oh no, here we go again. But here it is. Metadata is not scary. Metadata is your friend. And here's how to understand it. Metadata is your friend because metadata is what's going to help make your book more discoverable to those people who you want to discover your book. Metadata is also your friend because metadata is what's going to help the merchandising managers at each of the retailers accurately ensure that your book is appearing on the store shelves where it's supposed to be. Metadata is also going to help the librarians at the public libraries accurately put your book on those store shelves, on those virtual library shelves where it's supposed to be. Of course, more importantly, metadata is going to help your readers, those readers who you are trying to target, more easily find your book or books like yours. So all of these things here are metadata. The price, the title, your book's cover image, the author name, your ISBN number, the publication date, all of those different things. I like to think of metadata in terms of just a large funnel, where at the very, very top of the funnel, you have that really large generalized description there, where it could be fiction. Then underneath that, you get, as you go down the funnel, you get more and more targeted, or more and more narrow of a description. So it could be fiction, and then paranormal, and then romance, and then fairy tales, and then as you come on and on and down and on, and get and you move down further along that funnel, your targeting becomes more and more and more micro-targeted. The next item on your checklist is ebook conversion. As a side note, I just want to pause here for a moment and say that I've seen some hand raises. I can't answer those. I can't look at those as I'm going through and sharing my entire slide deck. When I get to the end of this workshop, I will turn on chat and enable all of you to ask me some questions. Sorry about that. Okay, ebook conversion. What is conversion? So we talked about ebook formatting already. Conversion is simply turning that formatted manuscript into an ebook file that's readable on multiple ebook reading devices. So formatting is incredibly important, proper formatting, because that's going to make your book convertible so that your readers, that's going to make your book convertible into multiple ebook file types, whether it's Mobi for Kindle devices or EPUB for iPads and iPhones and other devices, or PDF for online computer reading, HTML. So formatting is important because it enables that conversion process, and it's the conversion that makes your ebooks readable on multiple ebook reading devices so that your readers can read your books on whichever device that they currently have or whichever device they prefer. Pricing. Pricing is the next item on your ebook self-publishing checklist. So how do you go about pricing your books? Well, the first thing you want to do is, well, I guess all these are going to show up at the same time. First, determine what your objective is. And by that, I mean, are you trying to earn as much money as you possibly can? Or are you trying to reach as many readers as you possibly can? Chances are your objective falls somewhere in the middle there, where you want to earn a little bit of money, but you really want to reach as many readers as you possibly can too. If you're trying to reach as many readers as you possibly can, especially if you're a first-time author, you might want to consider pricing your book at free, even if it's just for a little while. I'll really talk about free in the next section, the secrets to ebook publishing success. But if you are a newer author, consider pricing your book at free, even if it's just for a little while, because free can help eliminate any of those perceived financial risk that a reader may have when it comes to taking a chance on an author that they haven't heard of. And then free books can help unlock some of those very first critically important reader reviews as well. Now, before you go about pricing your books, try to get a sense of your market in which you play. So go online and browse the books in your category and your subcategories and try to get a feel for the price range, not just any price, but a range of prices, because understand that some of the authors who are best-selling authors or who have a deeper backlist of books that you have, who've been at it a while, they're going to have the luxury probably to price their books a little bit higher. That doesn't mean that you need to underprice your work. That just means that you need to be somewhere in that ballpark range of prices for books in your category. You should absolutely, positively price your fiction and nonfiction differently. In the next workshop, I'll show some data in regard to pricing and how different price points perform in the market. But in terms of fiction and nonfiction, one piece of data I do want to share with you from memory here is that every year Smashwords conducts an annual survey where we take a deep dive into the sales data from across our global retail partner network. And when we look at the data in terms of pricing, what we notice is that for standalone ebooks, as the price started to go up beyond $5.99 for fiction in particular, as the price started to go up from $5.99 on up into $6.99, $7.99, $8.99 and above, the amount of downloads started to kind of trickle down. You can see it on a chart. But nonfiction didn't perform like that. When we looked at nonfiction books and their prices, as the price went up from $5.99 to $9.99 and even higher, there was no noticeable drop off in the amount of downloads for those nonfiction books that were priced higher. Now that tells us a couple of things. For many of our nonfiction authors, some of them are underpricing their work, and in some cases, dramatically underpricing their work. This also tells us that when it comes to a nonfiction reader, that reader is looking for some information, possibly a specific piece of information that might help them solve a problem, and they're willing to pay for it. Also keep in mind that the price you choose for your books are going to help you maximize your readership, but also maximize your earnings. So to think about it another way, and again, I'll talk about this in the next section too, when you choose a price for your books, think about the benefits that you get from every sale. The first and most obvious benefit is that you earn a little bit of money from that sale. The second benefit, and arguably longer term greater benefit, is that you earn a reader from that sale. And that's important because readers can turn into fans and fans can turn into super fans. So do your research, because that price that you choose for your books can help you maximize both your readership and your earnings. Distribution to retailers. This is the second, I think this is the second to the last option. You know, Smashwords is a distributor, so this might sound a little self-serving to say this, but we recommend that you maximize your availability and avoid exclusivity. And here is why. As an author, and especially as a self-published author, you have a couple of major hurdles to overcome. Hurdle number one is to write that phenomenal book. That book that is so good it moves your readers to those emotionally satisfying extremes. Books that move readers to becoming fans and fans to becoming super fans. But hurdle number two is to make your books as discoverable or as findable as you possibly can. The easiest way to make your books as findable as you possibly can is to put your books everywhere. Everywhere where readers go to find books. So that means having your books available at all of the different retailers and public libraries. That's where readers go to find books. You have the tools to do this today, and those tools are free. Now, you have a couple of options of how to go about doing this. Option number one, you can use a distributor, or option number two is you can go direct. I highly, highly recommend you use a distributor. You might say, well, of course you recommend using a distributor. You're with Smashwords. True, but still, even if you decide not to work with Smashwords, I would still highly encourage you to work with a distributor, with an ebook distributor, and here's why. A distributor is going to save you massive amounts of time, because when you work with a distributor, you upload your manuscript one time and you're done. Your distributor does the heavy lifting work. The heavy lifting work of ensuring that your book is proliferated out there and that your book is landing on those virtual store shelves of the retailers and landing within the catalogs of the library aggregators like Askews and Holds and Baker and Taylor and Overdrive. If you go direct, on the other hand, you're going to have to contend with the different formatting requirements of all of the different retailers. When it comes to your metadata management, let's say that you're an author and you have a deep backlist of books, or you write series and you want to make some updates to the pricing or other parts of that metadata. If you work with a distributor, you go into your author dashboard, you open up that dashboard, you bring down the menu of your different books, you type in what those changes are going to be, you click submit, and you're done. If you go direct to the retailers, you're going to each retailer one by one by one by one. You're making those changes to each one of those books one by one by one. It's just a massive time savings. The same thing holds true at the end of the year. So during tax time, when you work with a distributor and you need to figure out your payments and your tax reporting, the distributor will give you one consolidated aggregated report so you can see how each of your books have performed at each of the retailers, again, in one report. If you go direct at the retailers, it's up to you to handle the download of each of those different reporting of each of those different reports from each of the retailers one by one, but also you have to handle the aggregating those reports yourself. So if you have the option, use a distributor, spend less time doing back office management tasks and more time writing books. The final item on your checklist. Told you this workshop would be a little shorter than the previous one. Pre-orders and pre-sales. So we're really going to spend more attention with this on the final workshop and a little bit on it during the next workshop, the 16 Secrets of the Best-Selling Authors. But it bears mentioning here too, because ebook pre-orders and ebook pre-sales should be on your author publishing checklist. And here's why. From this day forward, every single one of your ebooks that you release should be released as an ebook pre-order. What we found in our data is that ebook pre-orders typically sell better than books that are simply uploaded on the day that they're released. So if you're not familiar with what a pre-order is a reservation. It enables your readers and your fans to reserve a copy of your book before that book's general public release date. The way it works is that your readers put down their credit cards ahead of that general public release date, but that credit card isn't charged until day one of that book being released. The reader cannot read that book until that book is released. So it could be a matter of days later, weeks later, or even months later. Pre-orders are exciting because it enables you, the author, to have a presence on those store shelves even before your book is even completed. Not to mention, a pre-order will enable you to accumulate orders ahead of your book's general public release date and accumulate sales. I'll get really into the details about that within the next couple of workshops. Now, a pre-sale, on the other hand, allows your readers and fans to access your brand new book before the general public. So we think this is going to be really cool because for those of you who have email newsletters, and all of you should, ebook pre-sales, by promising your readers that if they sign up for your email newsletter, because they'll have access to every one of your new books as pre-sales before the general public, it's going to help turbocharge email newsletter subscriptions. Your email newsletters, the larger it is going to help you build a platform that you can control. That brings us to the end of your ebook publishing checklist. So we're going to get into Q&A here again. And once more, let me switch off. I'm going to stop the share, go back to video, and let me enable chat. Bear with me 1 second. I'm going to check some of these raised hands, if I can do that. Close this window. Told you we were doing this for the first time. All right. I'm going to open up chat again. Okay, chat is open if you have a question. Okay. Here come some questions. Give me 1 sec. We have lots of time for Q&A today. Okay. Wow, lots of questions coming in. Okay, here's a question from Colleen. How many pages does an ebook have to have? You can have as many pages as you want. In the next section, I'll be talking about some data that we've come across when we asked the question of do longer ebooks sell better? And I'll reveal that answer in the next session. But I think you might be surprised. So an ebook can be as short as you would like it to be, and it can be as long as you would like it to be. Some of our best-selling ebooks are well over 100,000 words. Here's another question. Do distributors handle pre-order and pre-sales? At Smashwords, we do ebook pre-orders, and currently we are distributing pre-orders to Barnes & Noble, Apple, and Kobo. The pre-sale feature is a new feature that is transacted in the Smashwords store only. Other distributors as well will enable you to do ebook pre-orders too, and I believe some of the retailers will allow you to do pre-orders directly for their stores as well also. Let's see. Is it important to buy an independent ISBN, an International Standard Book Number? Some folks think it is. We don't really think it's that important to buy one because you can or you can get one from free. So we allow ISBNs, we give ISBNs away for free. For those of you who may not be familiar with an ISBN, just real quickly, let me give some background here. An ISBN, or an International Standard Book Number, is a 13-digit unique number that allows the supply chain to communicate about your book. So the supply chain is you, the author, your distributor like Smashwords, and the retailer. So what that means is if we need to make a change to your book, like let's say you, the supplier, change the price of your book. We're not going to tell the retailer that please change the price of such and such a title to such and such a price. We're going to communicate those changes based on your ISBN. It ensures that everything is accurate. All that reporting is accurate. Now, Bowker is the ISBN agency here in the United States. You can purchase your ISBNs from them. I think, oh gosh, I always forget the figures. I think it's $125 for one ISBN. Because of that, most authors and publishers buy them in blocks of 10, and I believe for a block of 10, it's $225. And it's a good idea to have several ISBN numbers, because you're going to have a separate ISBN number if you have the same book as an ebook and the same book as a print book. Those are going to have to be different ISBN numbers. An ISBN is not a measure of your professionalism, and it does not connotate copyright also. But readers do not do book searches based on ISBNs. So there are some who believe that you should have an ISBN, you should own that ISBN, because then your book will be listed in Bowker's catalog. You'll be listed as the publisher. At Smashwords, when you publish a book through our platform, Smashwords will be listed as the publisher, but we don't want to be your publisher. You are the publisher. If you're self-publishing a book, you are the publisher. You have the option. You have the option to use an ISBN from Bowker. You have the option to use it from Smashwords. There are some who believe, purchase the ISBN yourself. There are others who say, why purchase when you can get it for free? So I hope that question was answered to your satisfaction. Here's a question. Can I self-publish a game strategy guide with lots of images in it? Absolutely. It kind of depends on estimates how many images, but the sizes of those different images. So when you publish that book, when you go to format that book, you're going to compress those images. And I believe now the maximum size of your manuscript when you upload it to Smashwords, I believe it is now 15 megabytes, which may or may not be useful to you, but typically that can hold a ton of images in a book. Remember that when you're formatting your ebook and you're adding images to your document, those images don't have to be print quality, because people are going to be reading your ebook on a screen. So that alone, when you change while you're formatting your book, if you change the quality of the images from print to screen, you'll see that you'll give yourself more capacity to add even more images. If you run into a problem during that formatting and that uploading point, send a message to our support staff, or email me, jim@smashwords.com, and I'll find somebody who can help you with that. Another question, how long should you have the pre-sale for? A week or more? Pre-sales are so grand spanking new that we're still trying to decipher what the best practice is for that at this point. Generally speaking, we're thinking probably about a week. Probably about a week is going to work out the best. If you did it a day before your book's release, that's not going to generate as much excitement as giving those readers who are closest to you, your fans and your super fans, 3 to 5 days to really have a chance to sink their teeth into it. So we're thinking it might be a week or maybe a little bit more than a week. And you can do multiple pre-sales too. I'll get to that when we get to that section. What is the one format that most retailers use for ebooks? The one format is EPUB. EPUB is what most retailers are using for ebook format. Amazon is the only one that uses the Mobi format. That's for their Kindle devices. How much does a good professional editor charge in average, and how do you find them? For a good professional editor, and there are different types of editing as well, you should probably start with a content editor. That's somebody who's going to help you look at the big picture, plot design and that sort of thing. You're probably looking at, $1,300, $1,500, maybe a little bit more for a good one, for a good editor, possibly more. And you want a good editor. You don't want to skimp on the editor. How do you find them? Well, there's a few ways. I usually recommend finding a novel or a book from one of your fellow author friends that you really, really enjoy, or find a book that you really enjoy that's similar to yours, even if you don't know the author, and try to get in contact with that author or publisher to find out who that editor was, and then start that process of not only finding out who that editor was, finding out if that editor is available. Where would you find beta readers, and should you enroll them before or after professional editing? I think the best answer for me to give here is to go to the Smart Author podcast. Mark Coker, and at the Smashwords Smart Author podcast, he gave a great podcast on how to set up, manage, plan, and execute an effective beta reader campaign. So go to smashwords.com/podcast, and oh gosh, I want to say I don't remember what episode number it is, but look up that episode and listen to it. I believe that's one of the shorter episodes, but it's excellent. So you can either go to smashwords.com/podcast to find it, or you can find the Smart Author podcast through Apple Podcasts or Spotify or whatever your favorite podcasting platform is. Bob says, I can't see any questions. That's because I have the chat kind of turned off. Otherwise, it would just become kind of nutty if it was like a free-for-all, Bob. So I will try to get to everyone's questions, including yours, as I go down this list here. That's why I'm repeating them. So how do pre-sales work? Is it only for Smashwords? Do they get a coupon? I'm going to really get into pre-sales during the workshop number 4. I'll get into the nitty-gritty on all of that. And yes, when it comes to pre-sales, Smashwords pre-sales, that is a Smashwords specific tool. We just announced the tool last December, and all of the pre-sales are transacted at the Smashwords store. Is this how some authors are becoming best-selling, by putting ebooks for free? I'll talk about this in the next session too, but free is one of those marketing tactics that has been around for several years. And in the early days, having a book or two priced at free helped generate awareness for an author who had, like, say, a deep backlist of books that all had prices attached to them. Free helped spark awareness for those other books and help those books begin to sell and take off. I'll talk about that a little bit more and some of the history behind free as a marketing tool in the next session. The next question is, a lot of questions here about free. Interesting. The next question is, how long should I put a book up for free? That's a great question. And it depends. It depends on whether or not this is your first and only book, Or maybe you have a deep backlist of titles. You have several books that are existing out there. Or if you write series. If you have a single book that maybe it's been out there for a while and you're not seeing as many downloads as you would like, typically I'd say, give it a month, maybe a couple of months, to see if you can spark some additional awareness for that book. You have to give it some time to be found and to gain some traction. Now, for those of you who have a deep backlist of books, like multiple books, maybe 10 or more, or if you write series, what some of our best sellers and highest grossing authors do is they'll have 1 or 2 books priced at perma-free, meaning that their books are always free. For books that are part of a series, or for series rather, what a lot of our best-selling authors are doing today, especially those who have several series and have a dozen books or more that are existing out there in the market, they'll price their series starters at free. What we've seen based on our data is that series starters are helping to turbocharge the books in the series that are not the series starter. So books 2 and later in the series have a price attached to them, and those free series starters are helping those series sell better. Here's a question, but I don't know the answer to it, but I'll repeat it anyway. I just want to let you know that I see your question. What % of your total sales come from Smashwords direct versus the channels? Is no DRM an important reason why people are buying Smashwords direct? I don't know the answer to the first part of your question, whether or not more sales are coming from Smashwords direct versus the channel. Our readers tell us that they love that our books don't have DRM on the books. For those of you who are not familiar with DRM, that stands for Digital Rights Management. It's a security feature on some ebooks where you purchase an ebook, but then you have to know the password or a code and able to read the book that you already own, the book that you purchased. At Smashwords, we do not require DRM. There's no DRM for any of our books. Our readers prefer that. You buy a book, it's yours, you get to read it on whichever device that you please. Here's another question. As for going wide or going Amazon, doesn't Amazon have the lion's share of the book market though? Yes, Amazon does have the lion's share of the book market. That's true. This is a good question. But ask yourself, if you have your book available at Amazon and only at Amazon, there are still millions and millions and millions of pairs of eyeballs who are shopping at other retailers who are not Amazon. So to those authors, you don't exist. You're invisible. And if you're invisible, you are not purchasable. So just as a financial advisor would plead with you not to put all of your eggs in one basket, the same concept holds true with putting all of your eggs or all of your books in a single retailer. And I'll repeat myself in the next session, but so be it. If you're getting 80 to 90% or more of your sales through a single retailer, you're no longer an independent author. You are a dependent author. Because if something changes with that retailer or those algorithms change, well, guess what? You're kind of out of luck until the end of that exclusivity period. If you are wide and you have your books available everywhere, you might build up your readership a little more slowly over time, but you'll have your readership across multiple retailers instead of just a single retailer. We have more time for questions. Let's see. Does Smashwords distribute to libraries? Yes, we do. Smashwords probably has one of the largest partner networks when it comes to distribution to the world's largest library aggregators. So the way it works is we distribute to the aggregators. So for example, Overdrive, Baker and Taylor, Askews and Holtz through Gardner's in the UK. Let's see if I could find the others here. And Odillo, I think, is another one. So yes, we distribute to libraries, but through those library aggregators. So what that means to you as an indie author, that means that you can go after you self-publish an ebook and you elect to have your books distributed to those library aggregators whom we distribute to. You can go into your public library. What I typically advise self-published authors to do is to go into Google Maps and do a search on public libraries in like a 10-mile or 15-mile radius of your home. Put an X by all those public libraries and then visit those libraries. Go in, visit those libraries, talk to the librarian, let them know that you are a local self-published author and you're interested in having your ebooks available through that public library's catalog. A lot of public libraries today are lending out reading devices like Kindles and so forth, or they're working with apps like Overdrive's app, or Libby, which is another Overdrive app, or Hoopla, all these different apps. So tell these librarians that you are a local author. Your ebooks have been distributed into Overdrive and other library aggregators, because if you communicate that to the librarians, you're also informing to the librarians that you're speaking their language, that you know how it works, you understand how they get their books, versus just going to a librarian and saying, I'm an author, can you please carry my book? If you inform the librarian, number one, that you are a local author, and number two, your books are distributed through those resources, you'll better your chances for getting your books into those public libraries, that are near your home. And I can tell you from experience that public librarians want to hear from local authors. They're excited about that. So give that a chance, give that a shot. Here's another question. We still have some time here, good. Let me take a quick drink here. What does Smashwords do to encourage readers to leave reviews in down-level systems like Kobo and Apple, and etc.? I'm not certain what you mean by down-level systems, but if you mean at our retail partners, what do? Usually that encouragement is led by the authors themselves. The authors I see who are having the most success with encouraging readers to leave a review, believe it or not, are simply asking readers to leave reviews. So in the back matter of every one of your existing books, I'll mention some back matter stuff in the next section, but ask your readers. Don't just end your books with the end. Invite those readers to connect with you, and you could say something like, thank you for taking the time to read my book. I hope you enjoyed it. Won't you please take a moment to write a review at the retailer where you purchased this book? Something simple like that. Do the same thing in your email newsletters. Do the same thing on your website or blog, especially those of you who are publishing books and pricing them at free or at super low prices like 99 cents or $2.99. One thing I found is that readers, they don't necessarily feel comfortable getting something for free sometimes, so they want to give back to the author in some way. Where do you buy the ISBN numbers from? You buy them from Bowker, at least in the United States. You get them from Bowker. I can't remember if it's bowker.org or bowker.com, but that's BOWKER. You can do a search on Google. This is a really good question coming up. Are you aware of any issues which can arise when belonging to more than one distributor if they distribute to the same stores? The answer to that is yes. As a matter of fact, that question came up. I haven't seen it in a long time, but this occurred yesterday when an author contacted me and said that her book's description was not the same at Smashwords, her distributor, as it was at Apple Books. And I thought, well, that's strange. And the same thing was happening at Barnes & Noble. Again, the book's description was different at Smashwords than it was at the retailers for whom we distributed to. So when I went and checked it out, what I discovered was that, just like your question implies, she's using multiple distributors to hit the same stores. So that's going to sometimes result in multiple copies of the same books appearing on those virtual store shelves, which, as you can see, can be quite confusing to the retailers. So you can still work with multiple distributors, but if you work with one distributor, make sure that your books only go to certain retailers. And if you're going to work with a second distributor, make sure that there's no overlap. So that's your responsibility as the indie author. Good question, and thank you for asking that question. Another good question here from Lisa. You mentioned that a new author might want to price a book for free for a while. Couldn't that turn off potential readers? They might think if it's free, it's not of any quality. That's a good question. I think it really depends. You may want to see how it does out there in the market for a while before putting it out to free. Or if you want to experiment with free, then clearly communicate that on your website, within social media. If you have an email newsletter, clearly communicate that, hey, I'm going to put this book out for free for a while. This is only going to last for 30 days, just trying to gain some extra traction. If you pick up my book for free, won't you please leave a review? Because the price is going to go up to $3.99 or whatever the price is at a certain point. So I think for some, it may communicate that, but not for every author, but not for every reader, because readers react to prices in different ways. So if you're going to give it a shot, communicate that the price is going to go up. A guy says ISBNs are free in Canada. Yeah, yes, they are. Here's a question from Brian. Should we bother with pre-orders if we are going to give that book away for free? Actually, we don't allow pre-orders to be priced at free. So if you're going to have a price attached to the pre-order, then absolutely, continue doing the pre-order. But if you're going to have if you're looking to price at free, then you can't do a pre-order. We don't allow. I don't think any of the retailers allow having pre-orders priced at free. How can Smashwords give away free ISBNs if they cost $100 or so, $100 or more dollars? It's because we buy them by the truckload. We buy them by the truckload and we get a significant discount on them. So we give them away to you guys for free because we want you to get your books out there to the world. If you haven't noticed yet, this will be the last comment. I'll shut down the questions here. If you haven't noticed yet, Smashwords, we don't charge for any of our services. The way we earn revenue is we take a 10% commission from ebook sales. So we believe that this aligns our interests with your interests. So we don't earn a dime unless you do. That's why we try to do things like this webinar, where we're giving you all of this information to help you sell more books. And that's why even when we tell you about free, give your books away for free, we don't earn a dime from that, obviously, but we've seen that it helps our authors sell more books in the long run. So the same holds true with ISBNs. We want you guys to have them because we want you guys to be successful. And that was the final question. So we're going to shut down here again for about 15 minutes. I'll see you guys back here at 1 o'clock for the 16 secrets of the best-selling authors. I'll put that screen back up there. I'm going to shut off chat. I'll turn that back on later. I am going to fun talking through all this stuff. All right, I'm going to pause recording. I'm going to share my screen here. I'll see you guys back here at 1 o'clock Pacific. Thank you so much for joining and sticking with me so far. See you back here in about 15 minutes. Hello, everybody. We're back. I hope you all had a chance to grab something to eat or grab something to drink. In my case, it was a little bit of tea. My voice is starting to go. So I appreciate you hanging out with me here. I'm going to real quickly, just check in with you on chat. I'm going to ask you again, can you guys just let me know, can you hear me? Can you see me? A few of you can. All right. You able to hear me? Are you able to chat? Yes, yes, yes. All right, awesome, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna turn this off for a second. And then if you haven't been with me yet today, the way it works here is for Q&A on the next section. For Q&A, I will disable it as I'm going through the presentation workshop. And this next workshop, the 16 Secrets of Best-Selling eBook Authors, it's going to last right about 60 minutes or so. And then after that, we'll have 15 minutes for questions and answers. And at that time, I'll turn back on chat so that you can forward your questions to me that way. Now, once again, if I don't get to your question in the allotted time period, please feel free to send me an email at jim@smashwords.com. I promise I will answer every single one of those questions that come to me through email. I see that some participants are raising hands, so I'm going to take a quick glance at that because I didn't even know I had that enabled. So I want to make sure that that I'm not missing anybody in terms of, that there's any technical difficulties. So give me a second here. Remember I told you at the very beginning that this is the first time having this massive webinar and there might be some technical snafus. So 10 seconds here. Okay. So I'm going to lower all hands. So for any questions, once again, if you could save those until the very end of the presentation, that way I'll get through the end and we'll have plenty of time for Q&A. All right, and with that, let me share my screen. And welcome back, or welcome if you haven't been with me already, to the 16 Secrets of the Best-Selling eBook Authors. The session is going to take us until about 2 o'clock. And then once we get to the end of that, we'll have time for Q&A at the end. If you're just joining me now, the first two sessions were the 10 trends shaping the future of publishing, followed by an introduction to ebook self-publishing, which brings us to the 16 secrets to ebook publishing success. If you weren't with me earlier, now let me just repeat a couple of things. One of those is that within a couple of days or so after Smashwords Author Day, I will condense all of these slides and put them into a PDF document, and then I'll probably put it on Dropbox or something like that, because it'll just be a massive file. So instead of emailing out to everybody, what I will do is I'll follow up with you via email with a link where you can download these presentation slides if you want them. Okay, let's move right along. I hope you'll stay with me through the end of the day. So here we are with the 16 secrets to ebook publishing success. As I mentioned, really early this morning. Well, it seems like it was really early this morning. It wasn't that early. Some of you who have been at this for a while are going to see some of these secrets that we unveil. Secrets meaning best practices. You might feel that some of these are common sense, but I want to encourage you to listen in anyway, because I think my hope is that I will enhance your perception of some of these best practices and maybe help unveil a new way of thinking about some of these approaches to marketing and selling your books. So let's hop into it. And just by the way, my voice is going. Let me take some tea. So now that you're familiar with Smashwords and platforms like ours, I'm assuming that you would think that ebook publishing and ebook distribution is pretty easy. And you would be right. Ebook publishing and distribution is easy. But reaching readers is still really difficult. Here's a news flash. Most books, whether they are traditionally published or self-published, do not become international best-selling titles. Most books don't sell very well every year, whether or not they are traditionally published or they are self-published. Let me introduce you to something called the power curve, or the power curve phenomenon. Think of the power curve like a representation of a massive catalog of media. The media could be, record sales or song titles, but let's keep it on books. So over in that upper left-hand corner there's a relatively tiny fraction of those authors who everybody has heard of. These are authors who are so successful that they've become household name authors. You've heard of these authors even if you don't read in their particular genres. So these are the Stephen Kings and J.K. Rowlings and Danielle Steeles and John Grishams of the world. Super successful, sold millions of books, have a private island out there in the Caribbean somewhere. And then in that curved area there are many more authors who are quite successful, probably best-selling authors. They may not be household name authors, but quite successful in their own right. To these authors, maybe they've sold enough books to quit their day jobs and write full-time, or success to them may mean that they are able to pay off their student loans or college loans, or put their own kids through college, or buy a home or a second home, or even purchase a new car. So still quite successful in their own right. But the fact of the matter is that the overwhelming majority of authors are somewhere down there on the bottom of the curve, way out to the right on that long tail. To these authors, maybe they're selling a book a day, or a handful of books a week, or a handful of books a month, or maybe just a handful of books a year. Now, every year I have an author, at least one author at every conference, who says, how am I going to compete with this tsunami of low-cost, low-quality ebooks that are flooding the market? And my answer is always the same. Your greatest challenge as a self-published ebook author is not to compete with the low-quality books, because the low-quality books are going to just kind of sink down to the bottom of the ocean. In other words, they're not going to gain the attention of their readers, and they're going to fall off, eventually fall off those search algorithms and fall out of sight. One of your biggest challenges is competing with authors who, just like you, who care about the craft of writing, who are spending their time learning about the best practices of the industry so that they can sell more books. So you're not competing against the low quality books, you're competing against high quality, low cost ebooks out there. Unfortunately, there's no such thing as a single magic bullet that's suddenly going to catapult any of you onto the bestseller list any day. That's why today we're talking about best practices. It's because you have the opportunity to have multiple best practices, potentially dozens of best practices that can help you improve your sales rankings. I mentioned earlier that best practices are key because best practices help separate the amateurs from the pros. And even more importantly, best practices can start to unlock those small sales improvements. So from selling a couple of books a day or a week to selling a few more, those smaller incremental improvements in the amount of units that you sell could have a more significant impact when it comes to your sales rankings. So keep this power curve sort of emblazoned on your foreheads or tattooed on your brains as we go through each of these secrets. Secret number one, we've kind of touched on this already. And secret number one is something that whether you realize it or not, you already know. Secret number one is a good enough book isn't good enough. You have to write books today as a self-published author that are super awesome. You know, back in, say, circa 2008 to 2010, when it was early days of the ebook self-publishing revolution, maybe it was okay to get by with a good enough book, and that's no longer the case. Because I may have mentioned it earlier that self-published authors have really upped their games. Authors today are putting out self-published books that are of equal quality that are of the same quality as anything coming out of the best publishing houses in the world. The book publishing industry is a word-of-mouth industry. Books that take off, that really take off, do so based on reader word of mouth more than anything else, more than any amount of marketing budget could unlock for you. Your book alone is the single best piece of marketing that you will have, and it's because of that reason. It's because the book publishing industry is a word of mouth industry. So your objective as a self-published writer, as a self-published author, is to write a book that moves your readers to emotionally satisfying extremes. That's not just for fiction authors, that's for nonfiction authors as well. You're looking to bring that reader from just being a reader to becoming a fan, and a fan to becoming a super fan. The difference is a fan or a reader might read your book and enjoy it, and maybe they'll tell a friend or two about this great book that they just completed. But a super fan will go out to their friends and their families, and they won't just tell them about the book. They'll command to their friends and families that they stop whatever it is that they're currently doing, no matter what, and go out there and buy this great book because it's going to change their lives. That's what a super fan does. A super fan is also one of those fans who signs up for your email newsletters, who follows you on Twitter and Facebook or LinkedIn if you write nonfiction. They're totally involved with you and interacting with you on each of these different pages. Not only that, they're shouting from the rooftops on your behalf. They want the world to know about the books that you produce out there. It's like they become your personal evangelist, like your little mini marketing departments. So everybody wants a super fan, and every reader that you gain from your books can become a fan, and that fan can become a super fan. I mentioned in the previous workshop that You know, if you are investigating ebook self-publishing for the first time, it's critically important for you to realize that you are becoming a publisher, because the best publishers in the world are adept at what they do. And what they do every day is they take good books and they turn those good books into great books. And so all of that responsibility is falling on your shoulders now if you decide to self-publish your books. So you have to be absolutely fanatical about the quality of your work. Get those beta readers involved. Beta readers, once again, are test readers. Go beyond your small circle of family and friends, because your family and friends, they love you. They think you're awesome already. They're going to tell you that your book is brilliant. But if you go beyond your circle of family and friends, a beta reader can help you uncover any of those potential snafus, those little, I call them reading speed bumps, those little things that you no longer see anymore because you're so close to your project, little grammar, spelling, and punctuation type errors. That's what a beta reader can help you uncover. And finally, hire a professional editor to help you as well. All of the best-selling authors that I've come into contact with over the years work with professional editors. And today, I'm shocked whenever I meet an author at a conference and who says, I don't need an editor. I was an English major. You need an editor. All of the best writers in the world have editors. So hire a professional editor. Secret number 2. You all know this one as well, inherently, whether you realize it or not. And I touched upon it in the last session. Oh, wait a second, I'm getting ahead of myself. Spoiler alert, secret number 2 is not what I thought it was, but secret number 2 is this. Write what you know and love. Should you write for the market? That depends, but not necessarily. Every year, I have at least one author at every single conference who asks me, hey, what's selling out there? You know, what genre right now is making the most money? And my response is always the same. And I don't mean this to sound snide, because it's not, but if you decided to become a writer because you want to become rich and famous, you should probably choose some other gig. That's not to say you shouldn't have your finger on the pulse of what's happening out there in the industry. You should have some kind of an idea of the different trends that are impacting the entire publishing industry, but also individual genres in which you have an interest. But when it comes to writing, write what you know. Write what you can't get enough of as a reader. Write what you know, write what you love, write what you're extremely passionate about, because many of you have probably already experienced this. When you go along your author journey, you're going to have those ups and downs. You're going to have those peaks and valleys, and you're going to have those times when you're just so exhausted you want to quit. What's going to pull you through is passion. If you're writing because you just want to earn money at it, you know, I think we've all had a job at least once in our lifetimes where we experienced burnout. Like we felt like we were just trying to climb up this mountain in the mud to try to get to some destination, and we were just slogging through. What happens when you do that? What happens when you're battling that uphill battle day in and day out? Not only does that lead to exhaustion, that leads to burnout. And burnout can lead to quitting. Quitting is the worst, because if you quit, you've just guaranteed failure. You've guaranteed yourself 0 sales. So write about what you're passionate about. That passion, not only is it going to pull you through those hard times, you're going to write your best possible book if you're passionate about it. Your words are going to sing and float off those pages and pull your readers even further into that current book, but into your next books. And not only that, if you're passionate about what you're writing, you're going to enjoy it more. And as readers, we sense that stuff. I'm sure each of you have read a book by your favorite author, or you may have been left thinking, what happened here? Did they get a new editor? So write what you're passionate about. You'll enjoy it more, but better than that, you'll put out the best possible book that you can. Secret number 3. This is an interesting one. And somebody asked a question that led me to start giving away this secret a little bit after the very first session. But secret number 3 is readers prefer longer books. As you may or may not know, every year, or almost every year, Smashwords conducts an annual sales survey where we dive down deep into the sales data from our global retail partner network. And what we're trying to do with that is we're trying to just glean out little tidbits of information that we hope can help our authors and publishers sell more books. One of the questions we asked was whether or not shorter books sell better or longer ebooks sell better. When we first asked the question, we were sure the answer was going to be shorter books, of course, because everybody's got shorter attention spans these days. We have all of these digital devices and different media competing for our attention. There's so many different things that we can be doing than reading books. So if we're going to read a book, it's going to be a short one. But guess what? We were proved wrong. Every year, year after year after year after year, the data came back conclusively that our readers prefer longer books. So that begged the question, well, if readers prefer longer books, why do those longer books sell better? We think that there are probably multiple reasons why longer books sell better. But among those reasons, one of them probably comes down to trust building. Because if you think about it, every book that you release is another opportunity for you to build trust with your readers. And that trust begins from the very moment they come across your cover image. Do you look like an amateur, or does that book look like a professional book? From that trust there with your cover image into your book's description and into the book itself, from chapter 1 on through the end, you're building a rapport with your readers. You're gaining trust with that particular reader. Secondly, longer books sort of convey more value for the money. That kind of makes sense. But here's another thing. Readers and consumers in general are gluttons for pleasure. If you're receiving pleasure from a book, chances are you really don't want that book to end anytime soon. And if you think about it, think about the best concert you've ever attended, or your favorite movie, or the best Broadway play. Chances are none of those things lasted for 20 or 30 minutes. I bet they lasted for a pretty long time. Let's look at some data. So this is data from the last time Smashwords did an annual sales survey. I think this may be from 2018. I'm not quite sure, but like I said, every year is just about the same. But look at this. Look at over on the left-hand side of the chart there. For our top 1,000 best-selling titles, the average word count was over 100,000 words. As you can see, as the word count started to drop down, so did the amount of downloads precipitously. So again, what we found here, without question, is that readers prefer longer books. Now, does this mean, I think it's worth to kind of pause here for a second. This is based on averages. Your mileage may vary. It could be different for you. Does this mean that you've written a novel that's 60,000 words, and then all of a sudden you're thinking, oh my gosh, I have to add another 40,000 words to this book? No, absolutely not. If your work is done and it's good, then it's done and it's good at 60,000 words. That does not mean you need to just keep piling words on. This is just data that we've come across that may help you sell more books. Right? The word count that is the best for your particular book is the word count that serves your story or that serves your nonfiction work the best. Secret number 4. Oh, here we go. This is the secret that is the one you already know inherently that I discussed a little bit in workshop number 1. And pardon me for a second, I can feel my voice going. Let me take a drink of tea. Sorry about that. Okay, secret number 4. I mentioned this one already. Create a superb cover image. I'm going to repeat myself a little bit here from the last session, but bear with me because in this workshop, I'm not just going to glance over cover images. We're going to camp out here for a while on cover images, and I think you'll find that it's worth it. So let's get through this. As you all know, cover images are not just important, they are critically important. You know, a lot of us, when we go shopping online or we walk into a physical brick and mortar bookstore, we're rejecting books left and right and left and right, and probably unconsciously rejecting books. We don't even realize we're rejecting books, and then suddenly one of those books stops us in our tracks and makes us peer into that book or pick it up from the store shelf or to click on that book's image to read that book's description to learn more about that book and to make a purchase decision. Your cover images are the first impression that your prospective readers and your prospective fans and super fans will have of you as a professional author and as a brand. So once again, your cover image has to be not only matched to your target audience, but micro-targeted to those specific readers who care about those specific subcategories of your particular genre. Your cover images have to look just as good, just as professional, if not better, than anything that's coming out of the world's best traditional publishing houses. And once again, don't forget that your cover image has to be arresting as a thumbnail image, because the first time one of your readers, one of your prospective fans comes across your cover image, it'll be about the size of a postage stamp on a screen sitting next to potentially dozens and dozens and dozens of other cover images right about that same size. And somehow your book cover image has to stand out and make that reader take notice. So how do you produce a cover image like that? Do you do it yourself or do you hire a professional? Unless you are a book cover designer by trade, consider hiring a professional. And consider hiring a professional who not only designs book cover images, but one who is intimately familiar, who has tons of experience creating book cover images in your specific genre. That will make a huge difference because somebody who is that experienced with your genre and your subcategories knows a little bit more about each of those little graphical details, those graphical elements that can speak to fans of that genre. Put yourself in the shoes of your readers. What is it your readers are after? What is it that they really, really desire? Try to deliver that to them on your cover image. Because your cover image is both marketing and content. Your cover image is making a promise to your readers. Your cover image is promising this is exactly the book that you've been looking for. Now, as a side note, I didn't include a couple of slides that I've included in previous presentations when I've given this particular presentation, but I want to call this out. A couple of years ago, or maybe it was a few years ago now, I came across some research from MIT, and the research was looking at data that in terms of how quickly our eyes and our brains decipher images versus how quickly our eyes and our brains decipher text. And what they concluded was our eyes and our brains are conceptual, and they start to decipher images in 13 milliseconds, which was literally faster than that, even faster than the blink of an eye. And it took about 200 times longer for our eyes and our brains to even just start to decipher text, to start attaching some meaning to the text. So in a nutshell, you have less than a split second to convey what your story is about on your cover image. So let's look at some examples of cover images from different genres. I'm going to start up first with romance. Those of you who are not involved within the romance genre, romance is like an industry in and of itself. It is by far the most popular genre. It's $1 billion industry, romance, the romance category. And indie romance authors are among the most professionally savvy and business savvy authors in the business. But if you're not familiar with romance, there are multiple subcategories. And we're going to take you through 3 here. First, so Leanna Morgan writes contemporary romance of the clean and wholesome variety, and she sets them typically on ranches in Montana. And she communicates all of that quickly on her cover image. It's easily identifiable as a romance in the blink of an eye or less. We know it's a clean and wholesome romance, given that the really tender, sweet embrace of the characters up at the top there. Also notice that there's not a lot of skin showing as well. So we know it's more of the clean and wholesome variety. And how about this image? Again, instant recognition that it's a romance, but wait a second. That couple is wearing funny clothes. Oh yes, it's a Regency. It's a historical romance. And again, it comes back to that instant recognition. But now look a little further. What about the other elements on that cover design? What is it not just about the costuming of the characters, but pay attention to the other design elements. Look at the font size that the author is using for her, the font sizes and the font styles that the author is using, not just for the title, but also the author's name as well. You may even be able to see some of the decor of the room in the background. And yet, one more romance example. Now, obviously, I bet everybody realized that this is more of a steamy romance. And of course, lots more skin showing. So we can all conclude that pretty quickly. And then eventually your eyes might kind of bubble up to the top there and realize it's also a billionaire story. Let's quickly look at some other genres too. How about mysteries and thrillers, crime fiction? So Rebecca Forster is a best-selling author, thriller author, who writes crime fiction of the kind of the hard-boiled variety. What that means is her crime scene depictions are more true to life. There's going to be much more graphic detail, and she communicates that to readers and fans of that genre with the blood spattering across the front of the cover there. And a similar example, but not the same, a similar example, here we have another murder on our hands. The author clearly communicates that there's a murder here, and there's a mystery that we're going to have to solve, given the chalk outline of the body and the bloodstains there on the red carpet. But the author also clearly communicates that this is not one of a hard-boiled variety. This is more of a soft-boiled or cozy mystery. There's not going to be a lot of blood and guts in the crime scene depictions here. How about some other genres? Science fiction. Did you all get to that conclusion in the blink of an eye? I'll bet you did. I don't read a lot of science fiction, but I love this cover image, and I share it every time to drive this point home, because in an instant, readers know that not only is it science fiction, but this cover image also screams excitement, thrills, action. I also enjoy the font style that he chose for the title and the author name, because it has that futuristic yet kind of a worn look to it. And another image. Again, instant recognition. So once again, put yourself in the shoes of your readers and ask yourself, what is it that my readers really want? What is it that they desire? And then deliver that to them with your book's cover image. And this cover image, we can take out the title of this book and the author's name and just have the image alone, And every one of us would still guess that this is a Western. Not to leave out nonfiction, I think this is a great example too. You know, the owner's guide from puppyhood to old age French bulldogs. The author could have easily chosen to put an adult dog on the cover, but do you think that puppy pulled in more readers? Probably. See, I told you we were going to camp out on cover images here for a while. Bear with me a little bit longer here with cover images. Your homework assignment is this. Now, before you even put pencil to paper to start sketching out your book's cover image, do your homework. And by that, what I mean is go online to your favorite online ebook retailer, or maybe visit a couple of ebook retailers and browse the bestseller list in the genre in which you write. Educate yourself. Really try to absorb what it is about these best-selling books in your genre that seems to be pulling readers in. Take all of that in. On their cover images, are they using photographs? Are they using graphic design elements? What is it about those, the font styles, the font sizes that the authors are using for their titles, for their author names? What about the color? Take all of that in, absorb it like a sponge. Try to find some of those common denominators for elements that work for those bestsellers in your category. And then when you get to, say, the second or third revision of the draft of your cover art, go back online to your favorite ebook retailer and that bestseller list in your genre, take a screenshot, just like this one. Take a screenshot, put it over on your computer desktop. Then take the draft of your cover art and shrink it down. Now watch the bottom of your screen. Take the draft of your cover art and just slide it across on a screen just like this one to see how the draft of your cover art can compare with the cover art of the best-selling images for the bestsellers in your catalog, in your category. So see how the draft of your cover art can stand up next to the best-selling covers in your genre. And be brutally honest with yourself. Can the draft of your cover image, can it stand head to head with those best-selling books and their cover images? Or does your cover image need a little work? If your cover image needs a little work, it's not that big of a deal. This is just a draft. This is just to inform you where you are right now. So if your cover art needs a little work, then go back to the drawing board or go back to your artist and just iterate. Iterate and iterate until you get your cover art to a point where you can't wait to share it with the world. Secret number 5. Publish another great book. So just about every single one of the best-selling authors at Smashwords offer either a deep backlist of titles or they write series, because every book that you release and put out into the world is another opportunity for you. For one thing, it's another opportunity to you to just kind of serendipitously hook a reader. Think about a single book that you have that's existing out in the world as a single fish hook in the ocean, a single fish hook in an ocean of other books out there, just waiting for a reader to serendipitously swim by and discover your book, and then you can hook them. The more books that you can publish and release out into the world, the more opportunities you have to capture readers. It's like the more books you have almost coagulate and create a net that gives you a greater opportunity to capture more readers. I mentioned earlier how I had the opportunity to attend writers' conferences around the country and sometimes internationally. And within the last 5 years or so, I've heard more and more best-selling self-published authors advise newer authors or aspiring authors to possibly wait to publish. Hold on to that first book until maybe they have 3 or 5 books that are ready to go. Because the best thing And potentially the worst thing that could happen if you publish a single book is that readers find that book and they love it, but then they start clamoring for that next book, and there's something there. So if you want to gain that initial traction and hold on to it, you might want to have a few books ready to go, and then stagger the release of each of those. Also, every book that you have offers you another chance to cross-promote all of those other existing titles. So if you're reading a book in print today, chances are in the back matter of that print book, there's a section in there that says other books by this author include, and then all of those other books are listed out so the reader can become aware of those books. Well, the same thing is true for an ebook. The neat thing about ebooks is that you can hyperlink each of those titles so the reader can go back to your website or your blog to learn more about those other books, and then click away from there to go into one of the retail stores to purchase it. Finally, every book that you publish and release out into the world is one more opportunity to build upon your author brand and to build your reader base and your fan base and to build reader trust with those readers. I mentioned trust before, and I think trust is important to come back to because trust can be broken easily. And trust begins at the very moment when one of those readers first stumbles across your cover image. Are they saying, ew, or are they saying, ooh? And are you pulling them in with that cover image? Are you getting them to click on your book's description to learn more about your book? Is your cover image turning them off, or is your cover image pulling them in even further? Now, if you're talented enough to guide that reader along from your cover image into your book's description, you can guide them into chapter 1 and hold their hands and walk with them from chapter 1 on through the end of your books, chances are you've not only gained a reader, but you've gained a fan. Secret number 6. Publish series. So this is another example where I'm going to talk once again about the annual Smashwords sales survey. What we found by diving into that sales data across our global retail partner network is that books that are part of a series sell better than books that are simply standalone books that are not part of a series. So why is that? We think that, well, think about it this way. Every time a reader purchases one of your books, they're not just spending money on that book. They're spending their time and their emotional energy becoming involved with your story. They're spending emotional energy with your characters and with those worlds that you've created. The same holds true for nonfiction as well. But with the series books, with books that are part of a series, it's like every book thereafter gives that reader one more opportunity to enjoy the dividends off their initial investment. Not to mention, when you write series, each book from the starter on through book 2, 3, and so on gives one more reason for those readers to stay on your train and not go somewhere else or to another author. Let's look at some data. According to Smashwords data, series books sell more than standalone books. So do series titles outperform standalone? According to the average, yes, by quite a lot. Books that were part of a series sold about 383% more than books that were simply standalone. But since averages can be skewed by, hotshot New York Times best-selling authors, when we looked at the median, it was still pretty significant there. Series books outperformed standalone books by 43%. Secret number 7. I better pick up the pace here a little bit. We're only at secret number 7, and we're almost 45 minutes into this. All right, I'm going to pick up the pace. Secret number 7 is experiment with free. So this has come up a couple of times today already. And we've been talking about free as a marketing tool for about 10 years now. And it was one of those pieces of advice that has been pushed back against the most by authors. And understandably so, because authors would say, why would I want to give my books away for free? I've been working on this for months, and in some cases years, and in some cases a lifetime. Wouldn't offering a book for free devalue my work? Why should I do something like that? It's because over the years, what we have found conclusively is that most, if not all, of the highest grossing authors at Smashwords offer at least one book for free. And here's the power of free. For those of you who write, for those of you who have a deep backlist of existing titles or who write series, a free ebook or a couple of free ebooks helps drive awareness to all of those other books in your backlist that have a price attached to them. For those of you who are newer or aspiring authors, offering your book for free, even if it's just for a little while, can help eliminate any of that perceived financial risk that a reader may have when it comes to taking a chance on an author that they've never heard of before. Free can also help unlock some of those critical first reader reviews. Always ask for reader reviews in the back matter of your books. Now, when we first began suggesting free as a marketing tool, and when we first then began looking at the sales data to see how free ebooks performed, what we saw, say 8 or 9 years ago, on average, free ebooks were downloaded 99, 100 times more than the average book that had a price attached to them. Over the years, the amount of downloads for free books started to drop off. Today, the average book priced at free is downloaded about 30, maybe a little bit less than 30, about 28 times more than the average book that has a price attached to it. So does free still work as a marketing tool? Sure, it does, but not as good as it once did, say 8 or 9 years ago. Unless, however, you write series. What we found is that series that have a free series starter perform better than series without a series starter, a free series starter. Let's look at some data there. Now, here we're looking at free series starters among the top 100. So among the top 100 best-selling series with free series starters, on average, series with a free series starter sold 39% better than series without a free series starters. And once again, this is one of those situations where on average, the results can be skewed by best-selling authors. But when we looked at the median, it still holds true. Among the top 100 best-selling series with free series starters, per the median, series sold 19% better than series without a free series starter. That's significant. Now, in this chart, we're looking at the impact of series starter price on overall series earnings for the top 100 best-selling series. This will really help drive it home here. I'll walk you through it. Series that had a free series starter earned 3 to 5 times more than series with a series starter priced at $2.99, $3.99, or $4.99. $2.99, $3.99, and $4.99, by the way, are popular price points for standalone books. But not all authors and publishers will agree to price any book as low as free, but they will go down to 99 cents. So when we looked at the data and compared series that had a series starter priced at 99 cents versus series that had a series starter priced at free, what we learned was that series that had a free series starter earned 7 times more than series that had a series starter priced at 99 cents. I think the data is clear here in that if you write series and your series starter is not priced at free, consider experimenting with a free series starter and give it maybe a month, maybe 2 months to gain a little traction, see how it does, give it a chance to perform a little bit. You can always change the price back later. Secret number 8, occupy multiple price points. what we found over the years is that readers tend to harbor different pricing bias, and no two readers tend to react to the same price the same way. What I mean by that is some readers will flock to low price books, whether it's $2.99, $1.99, 99 cents, and free, whereas others will just completely avoid free books no matter what. They'll avoid free books, they'll avoid 99 cents, they'll avoid $1.99. You know, what we've heard over the years is that some authors think those ultra low priced books are of lower quality. They just have this mental perception of that for whatever reason. Whereas they'll go with the higher priced books because in their minds, they're perceiving those books to be of higher quality. But since readers flock to different priced books for different reasons, try offering your books at multiple price points. And of course, this is going to be advantageous for those of you who have a deep backlist of books, or for those of you who write series. But if you can do this, if you can offer multiple price points, your books will be more accessible and more desirable to more readers. Let's take a look at some pricing data here. This data, I believe this is from 2018, but this tends to be about the same year in and year out. Here we're looking at common price points among the Smashwords catalog. This is among probably more than 200,000 books that are distributed out to our global retail partner network. The most common price point is $2.99. Most ebooks within the Smashwords Premium catalog are priced at $2.99. That's the most common price point. But when we looked at the data to see which prices got the most downloads, it was a little bit different. Now, excluding free, here are the prices that got the most downloads. Let me call it out for you a little bit more here. Remember, $2.99 was the most popular price point, but ebooks priced at $3.99 followed closely by $4.99 performed better in the market. That tells us that a lot of our authors are underpricing their work. Now, something to mention here too, for those of you who write fiction, as the price started to go up into $5.99, $6.99 and beyond, the amount of downloads started to trickle down. That's fiction. For nonfiction, I can't show it, I don't have the chart for it, but for nonfiction, as the price started to go up from $4.99 to $5.99 to $9.99 and even beyond, there was not even a noticeable drop off in the amount of downloads. And I mentioned this the last session, but this helps me illustrate it more. So there was not a dramatic or any perceptible amount of drop off for nonfiction titles as the price started to go up. And again, that tells us that our nonfiction authors are dramatically underpricing their work in some cases. And again, it also tells us that nonfiction readers are looking for a specific piece of information or a specific piece of knowledge, and they're willing to pay for it. A couple other things to note on this chart here. You see the yellow arrow there, and then the yellow line that kind of cuts the chart in half. For bars that are underneath that line, they're underperforming. And bars that are above that line are performing above average. Notice how ebooks priced at $1.99, that's the second bar on the left, are underperforming. That's the same story year after year after year. Books priced at $1.99 seem to be some kind of a black hole, and we don't really know why. So I would suggest that if you have any of your ebooks today that are priced at $1.99, raise that price to $2.99, or maybe even $3.99. The next thing I want you to notice, look at books that are priced at $3.99 and $4.99. This pertains to those of you who write fiction in particular. Notice how those books are getting downloaded about 3 to 4 times as much as books priced at $9.99 and above. Okay, now keep that in mind, and then we're going to talk about earnings. Which price points yield the highest earnings? It looks like books priced at $4.99 tended to be the sweet spot, because those ebooks priced at $4.99 are not only reaching about 3 to 4 times as many readers as books priced at $9.99 and above, they're also earning almost the same. And as a matter of fact, I'd argue that they're earning the same or maybe even a little bit more, because in this particular survey year, there were a couple of nonfiction titles that were outliers that performed significantly well. So I would encourage you to, price your books at $3.99 or $4.99, because you're going to reach 3 to 4 times as many readers and earn about the same amount, if not a little bit more. Here are the implications of that. So I just said this, didn't I? So your takeaways from the previous few slides. Lower priced ebooks are going to sell more units. But in terms of your author earnings, ultra low priced books, and by ultra low, I mean books priced at free, obviously books priced at free, 99 cents and $1.99 are going to underperform when it comes to your author earnings. But if you write fiction and you're trying to decide if you should price your book at $4.99 or $9.99, well, now you know. You would price it at $4.99 because not only are you going to reach 3 or 4 times as many readers as those higher priced books, you're going to earn about the same amount of money, even at that lower price. And again, this is one of your single biggest advantages of being a self-published ebook author. You have that ability to price your books lower, sell more books per unit. Price your books lower, reach more readers, and still earn more per book sold. Secret number 9. Gosh, we're running out of time. Secret number 9. Build a platform you can control. So what is platform? Platform is simply a measure of your ability to reach your readers and to cultivate your fans. The very first second you decide that you want to write a book is the same moment that you should start building your author platform. Platforms are incredibly important because platform gives you control and leverage. You get to control 100% of your messaging. You get to control the timing of your messages as well. Now, when it comes to your platform, offer your readers multiple connection points so that your readers can connect with you in whichever way is the easiest for them and most comfortable for them. So at least offer a subscription to your email newsletter. Get involved on social media. You don't have to be involved with every single social media channel that there possibly is, and maybe you shouldn't be involved on every single media channel that there possibly is, because that takes a lot of time. But if you're on 1 or 2 that you really enjoy, then great. You'll spend the most time on those channels and you can get your message out that way. And then of course, your author website or blog, that will serve as your home base. That will serve as a way where readers know that they can always find you. One key way that you can connect with your readers brings me to secret number 10. And secret number 10 is add these sections to the back matter of all of your existing books. In other words, don't just end your books with the end, because if you do that, you're going to squander an opportunity to connect with your readers. The ability to connect with readers is like the holy grail of the book publishing industry, and the publishers have been trying to figure it out forever, and nobody has a greater opportunity to connect with readers than you, the author. So add these sections to your back matter. 1, about the author. If a reader just finished one of your books, chances are they really enjoyed it. If you were able to hold their attention from the beginning to the end, chances are they enjoyed it. They want to know what makes that brain of yours tick. You can humanize the author behind the story by providing a short bio. A paragraph or 2 is all it takes. Maybe where you're from, or what area of the country that you reside in now. Do you have a family? Do you have a pet? What are some of your hobbies whenever you're not writing? That sort of thing. Just pull them into your world a little bit more. Number 2, super important. Other books by you, include, and then list out all of your other existing titles. And then by all means, not just your existing titles, but also titles that you have not published yet, books that you have that are upcoming, especially books that you have that you've already uploaded as ebook pre-orders so that you can accumulate orders leading up to your general public release date. And then of course, hyperlink all of those books back to your website or to your blog so your readers can learn even more. 3, add a free excerpt or a sample chapter or a description, but I recommend a sample chapter for another one of your books, especially if that sample chapter is for book 2 or later in a series. Because remember when we were talking about building trust with your readers? Now, if you have a new reader and you're talented enough to hold that reader from chapter 1 on through the end of your book, chances are when a reader gets to the end of your book, chances are they're delighted that they've discovered you. You're one of their new favorite authors, and they're delighted that they just finished that great book. But they also might have that little tinge of sadness, that letdown feeling that happens after the end of a great movie series or the end of a great book. There's no better time to hook a reader right then and there and keep them on your train than at the very moment they've completed your current book. So give them a taste of what's coming, of what's next, right then and there. Pull them into that next book by giving them a free excerpt or a free sample of a chapter from your next book. And finally, number 4, add a connect with the author section. Offer several different ways for your readers to connect with you. By offering several different ways, that enables the reader to connect with you in whichever way is the easiest for them or the most comfortable for them, whether it's Facebook or Twitter, your email newsletter, LinkedIn, if you write nonfiction, Instagram, Pinterest, you get it. Invite them to connect with you. Secret number 11. Patience is a virtue. Okay, we're already at the 60-minute mark. I'm going to pick up the pace here. Patience is a virtue. Realize that ebook sales can develop differently and slowly over time. It's not like in the print world, because in the print world, if you were fortunate enough to get that publishing contract and you were also fortunate enough to receive distribution into hundreds of brick and mortar bookstores, at that moment the physical book lands on a physical store shelf, the clock starts to tick. In other words, your physical book needs to sell. It needs to sell well, and it needs to start selling quickly, because if it doesn't start selling within, say, a couple of weeks, that retailer would remove that book from the store shelves, box it up, and send it back to the publisher for a full refund. And at that point, you're out of print. But your ebook will never go out of print. So even if you have 0 sales for a period of weeks or months or even a year, none of the global ebook retailers are going to remove your ebook from their virtual store shelves. Your ebooks have a chance to develop their sales slowly over time. Your ebooks have a chance to find readers, and readers have a chance to find your ebooks. Now, because you are a self-published ebook author, don't consider your ebook as a static object that's sitting in a dark corner of a physical bookstore somewhere collecting dust. Think of your ebook as a seedling that you could nurture over time. Remember, there are all these different things that you can do to help spark sales for your books if your books aren't flying off the shelves as quickly as you had anticipated. Remember, you can play with the price of your books at any time you like to help pull readers in. If you designed your own cover art and it looks amateurish, you have the flexibility and the control to work with a professional cover artist and then upload that professional cover image whenever it's ready. If your readers are reporting back to you that they found some errors within your manuscript, some typographical errors or grammar, spelling and punctuation errors, you have the ability to fix that manuscript and publish a revised edition. If your book's description was not compelling enough, you can rewrite that book's description. And again, you can add keyword tags to make your book more discoverable to those readers that you're not just trying to target, but that you're trying to micro-target. The last thing you would ever want to do is to throw up your hands in frustration and give up. And by giving up, I mean unpublishing, because the moment you unpublished, you just guaranteed yourself 0 sales. So don't do that, because sometimes lightning can strike. Let me give you some examples of what can happen at the retailers. I'll give you some examples of some breakouts. These sales charts are from Apple Books, and they all tell a different story. On this first chart here, this author had what we call a nice slow boil. So in other words, she was selling a few books a day, nothing to sneeze at, but also nothing that was going to suddenly catapult her onto a bestseller list anytime soon. And then she had a significant breakout, as you can see, in early December there. What happened was that the author's book just happened to be mentioned in a national newspaper story. Through no proactive work that the author did herself, it was just picked up by this national newspaper columnist who mentioned her book and provided a description of the book. And then look at that second breakout, where it was just an explosion. The book started selling about 2,000 copies a day. What happened here was the merchandising managers just happened to come across that national newspaper story. They enjoyed the description of this author's book. They decided to promote the book, which was already existing at Apple Store. They decided to promote the book, and it took off like gangbusters to become a breakout bestseller. Here's another example of a sales chart. Now, not a straight up spike here, but a more gradual, organic increase in sales. Whenever you see a sales chart like this that's kind of gradual or slanted, that's a sign of readers purchasing the book, talking about it, there's healthy buzz, and more than that, there are those really strong reviews, those 4.5 and 5-star wow reviews where readers are saying, wow, amazing, couldn't put it down, those sorts of things. Still, the most important takeaway from this slide is that very first month there. Look what happened between October and November. Can you guys see that? Between October and November, for a period of about 30 days, sales for this book were literally flatlined. There may have been a single blip on day one, which presumably was the author herself buying the book and downloading it, but then nothing for 30 days. If that had been a physical book sitting on a physical store shelf, yeah, you can bet the retailers would remove that book from their store shelves, box it up, and send it back to the publisher for a full refund. And then that book would have been out of print. But again, with an ebook, your ebook has a chance to find readers, and readers have a chance to find your ebooks. One more sales chart example here. Here we see a nice slow boil going on here for several months before the book broke out to become a bestseller. This is kind of a trick slide, because what you can't see here is that for a full 12 months before this title sold a single copy at Apple Books, it had already broken out to become a bestseller at a smaller retailer. And I think the smaller retailer was Kobo, if I'm not mistaken. Now, some authors may have concluded, well, gosh, if my book's not selling anything at Apple, why am I keeping my books there? Maybe I should just remove all my books from Apple and go all in at Kobo. But this author had the wherewithal and the wisdom to kind of take a step back for a moment and to think, well, gosh, if my books are already breaking out at Kobo, maybe it's just a matter of time before they break out at other retailers, before they break out everywhere else. So as an author, what can I do to help my books break out? And what she did was, well, she did a few things. First, she had a second title that was already existing at Apple. What she did with the second title was she went in and she significantly reduced the price on it. She didn't go down to free, but she reduced the price. Then she had a third title that she was getting ready to publish. She went into the back matter of all 3 books, cross-promoted them, and it was this book that was the first one to become a breakout bestseller. Secret number 12. Going to do a quick check here for a second. Bear with me, bear with me, bear with me, bear with me. Bear with me. Okay, I'm going to pick up the pace. I'm going to pick up the pace dramatically here. Okay, I touched upon this secret in the last session, and I'll repeat myself here because it bears repeating. As self-published authors, you have a couple of really significant hurdles to overcome. Hurdle number one is to write that phenomenal book that moves your readers to emotionally satisfying extremes, that moves your reader from just being a reader to becoming a fan, and a fan, a super fan. But your second biggest hurdle is to make yourself as findable as you possibly can. And the easiest way to make yourself as findable as you possibly can is to put your books out everywhere, retailers and public libraries, everywhere where readers go to find books. Because if you're everywhere, if you're not everywhere, you're invisible. You're not only are you not discoverable, you're not purchasable. Today, if you have your books available widely, which means you have your books available for sale at all of the different retailers, but you want to try out exclusivity for your next book launch, then you run the risk of disappointing your fans or annoying your fans. They're not annoyed with you because they hate you. They might be disappointed with you because they love you. They know you have a book coming out. They can't wait to read it. But then they find out that your book isn't available at their favorite retailer, and they have to leave their favorite retailer to go to, say, Amazon, to go and get it. Secondly, if you go exclusive at a single retailer, you're increasing your dependence on that single retailer. Now, authors are joining Amazon's KDP Select, Amazon's exclusivity option, in droves. And just like a financial advisor, I mentioned this earlier, but just like a financial advisor would advise you, or would rather plead with you, not to put all of your eggs into one basket, because if the market changes, you're out of luck. And the same kind of holds true with exclusivity, because if you're getting 80 to 90 to 100% of your earnings from a single retailer, you're no longer an independent author, you are a dependent author. And if those rules change at that single retailer, or if those algorithms change significantly, you're out of luck until the end of that exclusivity period. And finally, exclusivity limits your global reach, because remember earlier I mentioned that each of the major ebook retailers are expanding their reach internationally and operating their dedicated ebook stores into dozens and dozens and dozens of countries. If you're only going to a single retailer, you're limiting that global reach. Secret number 13. Don't let the fear of piracy stop you from publishing. A wise man once said, piracy isn't your biggest risk. Obscurity is your biggest risk. Most piracy isn't people going out there to steal books because they'd rather steal a book than purchase it. Most piracy is what we refer to as accidental piracy. It's overzealous, over-enthusiastic readers who came across a book that they love and they just want to share it with their friends and family for that social capital. That's still wrong and that's still illegal, but that's where most piracy is coming from. Now, the only way to 100% guarantee that your books would never be stolen is to never publish. Now, since that is not an option, right? Since that's not an option, the best way to combat piracy is to make your books as widely available, as widely accessible, and as affordable as you possibly can, because it's so much easier to purchase an ebook and cheaper to purchase an ebook from a legitimate ebook retailer than it would be to search out some pirate site and download the book, but also risk downloading viruses and other malicious code. If you're concerned about some other writer pirating your book by stealing your work and trying to pass off your work as their own, then what we recommend doing is going into your books and pulling out a unique text string of words. Pull out a text string of words that wouldn't ordinarily come up in day-to-day conversation, and create a Google alert out of that. That way, if your book appears in a website somewhere, you'll receive an email from Google telling you where to find it. And then you can go and investigate that website to see if it's a legitimate subsidiary of a larger ebook retailer, or if it's some kind of nefarious website who needs a takedown notice. Bye-bye, pirate. Secret 14. Play nice out there. Boy, I really need to pick up the pace here. I'm at almost I'm over the hour mark. Oh my goodness. All right, picking it up. Play nice out there. As you all know, your objectives are to pull readers into you, not to repel people away from you. We've all seen the negativity and the vitriol that is spewed in online forums, whether you're reading a news story's comment section or whether you're browsing Facebook or Twitter. We all see it. But positivity is going to trump negativity every single time. And as you move through your author careers, you're going to have the opportunity to create relationships with dozens, if not hundreds of individuals out there who can open doors for you in the future. And it's these relationships that will give you an upper hand. You're going to have these relationships with your readers, your fellow authors, publishers, editors, agents, distributors, retailers. Did I already mention distributors and retailers? All of these people can help open doors for you. So avoid negativity, not only in physical conferences, although that's not possible right now, but online, out there in cyberspace. Even if you really, really, really feel like you need to respond to a troll, just, wait, sleep on it. Maybe don't respond at all, or maybe come to it the next day. Also realize that your fellow authors, even those who are writing in the same genre as you, they're not your competitors, they're your partners. So develop relationships with your fellow authors and share your experiences with them, not just your success stories. Everybody wants to talk about something that they were successful in doing, but share those moments where you failed as well, where you made mistakes, where you had to fall down, but then you picked yourself up and dusted yourself off. Because I think all of us, we learned from those mistakes. And if we share those experiences with one another, then we learn from one another, and that lifts us all up. So I think what it comes down to is just simply don't be a grumpy cat from hell. Pull people in with your smiling face and maybe a dash of unicorns and butterflies. All right, secret number 15. Practice frugality. So remember, most ebooks are not bestsellers. Most books that are published every year do not become bestsellers. Most books do not sell well, regardless if they're traditionally published or self-published. So now that you know that, practice frugality, pinch your pennies. You're running a business as a self-published author, and for any business, profit is the lifeblood of that business. And a profit, of course, means your sales minus your expenses. The last thing you would ever want to do is to borrow money to publish. Don't do that. There are entities out there who prey on the hopes and dreams of authors and would gladly sell you a $10,000, $20,000 publishing package filled with false promises that they're going to introduce you to Hollywood producers who would love a chance of a book like yours. Don't fall for it. So never borrow money to publish, because once you go into debt, debt is going to rob you of your freedom and your creativity. So debt's evil. Don't do it. Also, as we're all learning painfully now, never spend money that you're going to need for the bare necessities like food and shelter, because you never know what could happen. Do it yourself as much as you possibly can. And then once some money starts to trickle in from the sales of your books, then take that and put that toward researching your next book or towards marketing your current book. And secret number 16, release your next ebook as a pre-order. Now, pre-orders are something that Smashwords began doing in June of 2013, and without question, pre-orders have become the best book launch marketing tool we've seen since probably the founding of Smashwords back in 2008. Currently, we're distributing pre-orders to Apple Books, Barnes & Noble, and Kobo. What is an ebook pre-order, you ask? I'm glad you asked. An ebook pre-order is simply an advance listing at the major retailers ahead of your book's general public release date. The way it works is your readers reserve a copy of your book ahead of its general public release date by putting down their credit cards. Yet those readers can't access the book until that book is publicly released. Now, the really cool thing about ebook pre-orders is that they can act as a fast track to bestseller lists and higher sales rankings, because those credit cards that your readers put down to reserve a copy of your book, those credit cards are not charged until day one of your book being released. And that is what can cause a spike in the bestseller list. We're going to talk more about that in a moment here. And Secret 16.5 Smashwords pre-sales. So in the next 30 seconds here, unlike an ebook pre-order, which is a reservation, with an ebook pre-order, your readers and fans get early access to books before the general public release date. We think Smashwords pre-sales are going to be perfect for our authors when in terms of newsletter subscription building, because you can promise early access to all of your newer books to those readers who sign up for your email newsletters. Smashwords pre-sales also give our authors the ability to get reader emails at checkout. We don't think any other retailer is doing this, at least not to my knowledge. I believe we're the only retailer who is enabling readers to offer their email addresses to the authors. The ebook pre-sales through Smashwords are also compatible with other publishing strategies. So even if you are an author who wants to release through Amazon's KDP Select or through Kindle Unlimited exclusively, you could still do an ebook pre-sale at Smashwords as long as you enroll and as long as you begin and end your pre-sale prior to enrolling your book at KDP Select. We think this is going to really help turbocharge email newsletter subscriptions. And I'm going to dive down deep into ebook pre-orders and ebook pre-sales in the next section, the next workshop here. I went way over time, you guys. Sorry about that. Let me stop the share and ask you if you have any questions. Doop, doop, doop. 2:30. Oh my goodness. I went over. Let me turn on chat and see if you guys have any questions. If you want to run out and get something to drink or a bite to eat or bio break, go for it now before we hop into that next session. All right. Okay, do you have questions? So what was the word count of the top 10,000 books on the graphs, the farthest right? Let me click through to that one. It was, let me move this down. At the farthest right, it was almost 65,000 words for that book at the top, at the tail end of the top 10,000, 65,000 words. Whereas of the top 1,000, it was over 100,000 words. Just quickly, I want to say thank you to everybody who's saying thank you. I really appreciate that. Here's a question. Is my book automatically copyrighted once I publish it to Smashwords? I'm not a lawyer, but here's what I know about copyright. As the creator of a work, as soon as you publish, at least in the US, as soon as you publish, you are granted legal copyright. And that legal copyright bestows upon you a bundle of rights. And among that bundle of rights, you have the right to create duplicates of that work. You have the right to create derivatives off that original work. and you have the right to perform that work if you are so entitled. So the short answer to your question is yes, but it's also true if you publish that work anywhere. Here's another question from Tricia. For the back matter, can we still add that information if we just put our book up live? Yes, you can. All you need to do is to go back into your manuscript, go back into your original manuscript, update the back matter of your manuscript, and then upload the revised manuscript as Smashwords. And then we'll proliferate that updated manuscript out to all of the different retailers, and then you're done. Pretty easy. Gwen asked, is it a good price for a bodywork textbook that goes for $34.95? I'm not sure, because I would have to see the book and I'd have to know how long it is. I'd have to know more details about it. And I would also research similar copies, or not similar copies, similar works in that particular category to see what the ballpark range is in that category. It doesn't sound too expensive. It really doesn't. I remember a few years ago, there was, I think it was a coach from one of the college football teams who wanted to release a book for $25, a nonfiction book, and we thought it was way overpriced. And year after year, that particular title is you know, it's updated and it's released, and it has about that same price point, and every year it's a bestseller. So it's probably a good price, but I don't know exactly. So I would have to research that particular title and to see what it compares against. Here's a question from Debbie. If I do KDP Select and go exclusive at Amazon and then end it in 90 days, how does that affect the sales ranking? So, well, it depends. If it's going to, so I'm assuming that you mean that you have a book that is already existing at some of the other retailers right now, and that you want to move that book to Amazon and go exclusive to Amazon for that 90-day period. If you do that, then you have to remove that book from those other retailers for that 90-day period. And your sales ranking is going to drop down to 0 because Amazon's not going to allow you to have that book available for sale at any of those other retailers. Now, you can have your book at KDP Select for that 90-day period, and then at the end of that period, remove it from KDP Select, yet keep it with KDP. So you don't have to be in KDP Select to have your book existing on those virtual store shelves at Amazon. So keep your book at Amazon. You can still have your book at the other retailers at the same time. Let me know if I didn't answer that question to your satisfaction, or shoot me an email if I missed what you were trying to get after with that one. What is the advantage to the reader to do pre-orders? I don't see what their advantage is. To the reader, that's a good question. To the reader, it's more like the anticipation and the buzz of something that's coming up, something that they don't yet have access to. It's kind of based on that reader psychology, where sometimes things that we can't get our hands on yet are more exciting than things that we already have. But probably one of the biggest advantages to an ebook pre-order for a reader too is they can set it and forget it. So a lot of readers, especially ones who are fans or rabid fans of their favorite authors, they can't wait until that next book is out. If they know that their favorite author has a book coming out in 3 months or so, and yet that book isn't available yet for sale, they might forget about it. But if it's an ebook pre-order, they can order that book right now, forget about it for that 3 months, and then receive it in their email inbox as soon as that book is released to the public. What about pricing differently among retailers? If you work with a distributor like Smashwords, well, let's see, I can answer this a couple of ways. If you work with a distributor in your author dashboard, if you price, let's say you have a novel and you price that novel at $5.99, that's the same price that's going to appear at each one of the retailers. If you go direct, you have the option of pricing your books differently at different retailers. Now, anecdotally, I've heard that readers at Amazon look for lower prices, whereas readers at Apple, Barnes & Noble, and Kobo don't necessarily have as much price sensitivity as the Amazon readers. I could be way off. That's what I've heard from authors with whom I've worked. I'm going to try to get through a couple more of these, and I'm going to click off, and we're going to jump right into the last section here. Other than revenue, what are the benefits of being a bestseller? I think one of the biggest benefits of being a bestseller, aside just bragging rights to your friends and family, one of the biggest benefits of being a bestseller is increased visibility, increased desirability, because a lot of readers start their browsing process by browsing the bestseller list of their favorite retailers. That's where they start going to search for that new book. If you happen to be on one of those bestseller lists and a reader who enjoys your particular genre, who's never heard of you, they have a greater chance of serendipitously coming across you if they find you on that bestseller list. The simple fact that you're on a bestseller list enhances your desirability, because to the reader's eyes, that book must be pretty good if it's on a bestseller list. And then being on a bestseller list kind of creates this flywheel effect, where it's like sales are leading to enhanced visibility, which are leading to enhanced desirability, which are leading to more enhanced sales. And it's like this flywheel keeps going around and around. All right, gosh, there are a lot of questions I didn't get to. I will have these questions, and I'll try to answer them at the very end. Now, the last question here, why does Smashwords not have a bestseller list? We don't have a single bestseller list, but if you go to smashwords.com, you can browse by bestseller in every single category. Okay, let me shut off chat because I'm running late. I'm running late. Okay, I'm glad everybody can still hear me. Okay, I'm turning off chat, guys. Sorry about that. All right. Where am I? Technology, right? Okay. It's 2:30. It is 2:30. All right. Here we go. Gosh. Are we really? Oh, one thing I almost forgot. One second. Sorry. Remember at the very beginning, I said, oh, this is the first time we did this major, huge webinar. There might be some technical snafus. Welcome to my technical snafu. I want to make sure that this is being shared. Okay. All right. You can see me. Gosh, I don't think I was sharing that. All right. A couple of things here real quick. We're recording. Yay. Chat's off. All right. Okay. Sorry, I'm starting late. Dum, dum, dum. Bear with me. There it is. All right. Okay. Isn't technology fun? So welcome back to the final workshop of Smashwords Author Day, the book launch. I can't believe we're at the final workshop already. This day has flown by, and I hope you guys have gotten some education out of this. I hope you're finding the information worthwhile. I hope you're finding that time with me here is time well spent. And I really appreciate you joining me today. And again, because I know you have so many different options of other things that you can be doing today. So welcome to the book launch, ebook pre-order and pre-sale strategies to grow your readership. Now, I mentioned very first this morning that I was excited about this session for a couple of reasons. One, I get to talk about ebook pre-orders because ebook pre-orders are one of the best book launch marketing tools we've seen at Smashwords since we began doing them back in 2013. And with ebook pre-sales now, that's a new tool, a brand new tool that we announced just this past December that we're incredibly excited to tell you about. I haven't delivered this workshop before. I'll try not to fall flat on my face. Even if I do fall flat on my face, I think you're going to learn a lot from this session. So again, thank you for being here. If this is the first session that you've joined for Smashwords Author Day, welcome. If it's not, then welcome back. But I want you all to know that after today, I will combine all of these slides into a single PDF that I will probably put on Dropbox, and then I'll follow up with everybody so that you can have a link and download it, okay? So you don't have to worry about taking notes or anything. And again, I want to encourage you to shoot me an email, jim@smashwords.com, if you have questions that I don't get to during the Q&A session at the end of this particular workshop. All right, let's get into it. Here's what we're going to cover. So why pre-orders and pre-sales are essential components of a successful book launch. I'll talk about the difference between ebook pre-orders and ebook pre-sales. There is a difference. I think there are some folks out there in the publishing industry who use pre-orders, who use the terms pre-orders and pre-sales interchangeably, like they're the same thing, and they're not. And you'll understand that difference here pretty soon. And finally, we'll kind of finish up with how to use ebook pre-orders and pre-sales, not only to increase the visibility and desirability of your next book, but also, while we're all here, also to help you sell more books, and even better, to help you build a longer lasting, more durable, long-term author career. Let's start by talking about the book launch. From a traditional standpoint, or from a typical standpoint, I should say, in terms of the book launch, most new releases during the first few days, for most new releases, that the first few days from the day a book is released and the first few days after that are a book's best sales days. And let me illustrate that point here. Here's a chart from Smashwords with one of our best-selling authors. She's a multi-New York Times best-selling author. And this chart is showing her release day for 3 different books here. And as you can see, there is just a tremendous amount of energy that's tied up with a book's release date. So what is up with these spikes? What's making these books take off? There are multiple factors. Among them, the author is out there. She's doing her thing. She's spending months and months and months, blood, sweat, and tears, marketing this book. She's promoting it on her favorite social media channels. She might have even purchased some advertising. The retailers may have also become involved. The merchandising managers may have also become involved to help support this title as well prior to its general public release. There's also some reader psychology involved as well, because to readers, to a reader, they feel that the next book from their favorite author is going to be the best book ever, and they can't wait to get their hands on it. But when you look at all of these release dates here, in a way, to an author, it's also kind of scary in a way, because it's like you have all of this pent up energy and anticipation and buzz, and then you have what seems like a single day to make a big splash. And that's why I have that man there's kind of watching the sales charts with biting his nails in nervous anguish. So let's look at some indie ebook launch tools that have occurred over the last 12 years. You know, these ebook launch tools for indie ebook authors have evolved dramatically over the last 12 years. Let's look at 3 examples. So example number 1 was the simple fact that an author could release an ebook. Let's not forget, just 12 years ago, the book publishing industry was still a print-centric industry, and the publishers owned it. And then along came ebooks and digital publishing and digital distribution tools. Suddenly, any author anywhere in the world with access to a computer and the internet could self-publish their work. They could distribute that work and get their books, their self-published ebooks, on those same virtual ebook store shelves, sitting side by side with those New York Times bestsellers. And this was revolutionary, but it still kind of worked the same way. I mean, you would choose that release date somewhere out there in the future. Maybe it was 6 months from now, maybe it was 12 months from now. And then you would work and work and work to promote that book, to market it and do all that stuff. But still, there was a single release date when that would be released to everybody. But again, this alone was revolutionary, because for the first time ever, writers had the ability to publish themselves, to distribute themselves, and to have their books land on those virtual store shelves for the first time, and to give readers access to their books globally. It was a revolution. Playing with technology over here. All right, ebook launch tool number 2. So 7 years ago, there was a huge innovation that we're still quite excited about. And we're going to camp out on example number 2 here for a while. Example number 2 is the ebook pre-order. Okay, so I started talking about ebook pre-orders at the tail end, rather at the very end of the previous workshop, the 16 Secrets to Ebook Publishing Success. And I'll mention it again, that ebook pre-orders have become the best ebook launch tool that we've seen at Smashwords since Smashwords was founded in 2008. So we began doing ebook pre-orders in June of 2013, and we are currently distributing pre-orders to Apple Books, Barnes & Noble, and Kobo. Now, the way a pre-order works, if you weren't in the earlier session, is that your ebook pre-order is an advanced listing at the retailers prior to your book being released to the public. The way it works is that your readers put down their credit cards in advance of your book's public release date to reserve a copy of that book. Yet those readers don't have access to read your book until it's publicly released. It might be publicly released days, weeks, or even months later. Now, here's where it starts to get really interesting for you as indie authors and publishers. Based on Smashwords sales data that we dive into every year, where we look at the sales data and sales data trends across our global retail partner network, ebook pre-orders not only sell better, they sell significantly better than books that are simply uploaded on their release day. And pre-orders can serve as a fast track to bestseller lists and higher sales rankings. Let me clearly articulate why that is. I'll use Apple Books as an example. At Apple and at Kobo and Barnes & Noble now, I think Apple, Barnes & Noble, and Kobo will all enable you to have an ebook pre-order for up to 12 months. So you can accumulate pre-orders for up to 12 months. But Apple is unique in that Apple counts every pre-order as a full sale. So when we talk about bestseller lists and higher sales rankings, bestseller lists are based in part, as you all know, on unit volume, how many books you're selling. But bestseller lists are also based on the most recent sales. The most recent sales are going to weigh more heavily. So books that have sales that have occurred in the last 12 to 24 hours are going to weigh much more heavily than sales that have occurred in the last 2 weeks or 2 months. So on your release date, it's like you have this accumulation of this concentration of months worth of sales all hitting on day one. And that is what can cause a spike in the sales rankings, and that is what can land you on a bestseller list if you do ebook pre-orders. And the final bullet there is, this is also really cool, is that when you establish your ebook as your next book as an ebook pre-order, you can establish shelf space even before your book is finished. So if you do an asset list pre-order, you can have an ebook. You don't have to have your cover art for the ebook yet. You don't have to have your finished manuscript yet with an asset list pre-order. With an asset list pre-order, all you need is your title, your author name, the price, the genre, and maybe one additional metadata element, and you can begin collecting orders for your book today for a book that you won't publish for another 11 to 12 months. So this is just one more facet in that typical scenario. So traditionally, an author or publisher would choose a release date out into the future, and then when you would work 12 months marketing and promoting that book until its public release date, and then pre-orders added one more element to that typical launch strategy. But let's stay on pre-orders a little bit longer, because I keep telling you why pre-orders are exciting. Let's talk about that a bit. So I mentioned already that ebooks released as pre-orders sell not just better, but significantly better based on Smashwords' annual sales survey data. But what we're finding is that, generally speaking, more than half of Smashwords' top 1,000 bestsellers every year for the past few years have been released as pre-orders. But even with that, pre-orders are still one of the most effective yet underutilized book launch tools. So we have this data that's clearly showing us that ebooks that are released as pre-orders perform better than books that are simply released on their public release date. Yet still, most indie authors and publishers have not yet leveraged ebook pre-orders in their launch strategy. Right now, I would say, or right now, what the data is telling us is that still less than 20% of the probably less than 20% of the indie authors and publishers coming through Smashwords are leveraging pre-orders. So now you know that, but then look at this. Of those who are using ebook pre-orders, they're capturing an outsized share of the sales for their particular categories. So as you know, at Smashwords, we publish every genre. And among all the genres that we publish, romance is among the most popular, if not the most popular genre among the Smashwords catalog. However, only 29% of the authors and publishers at Smashwords are leveraging ebook pre-orders to sell their books. Yet of those 29% who are using ebook pre-orders, those pre-orders are capturing 75% of the sales. Look at mystery and detective. Only 18% of the authors and publishers who are releasing mystery and detective books are leveraging ebook pre-orders. Yet of that 18%, they're capturing 67% of the category sale. And look right below that, young adult and teen fiction. Just 28% of the authors and publishers in the category are leveraging ebook pre-orders, yet pre-orders are capturing 85% of the category sales, and that are capturing 85% of the sales in that particular category. I think that that is conclusive evidence that if you have not experimented with ebook pre-orders yet, give it a try. Books that are born as pre-orders sell better. Now, how do you plan your pre-order? Your first step is to break out your publishing categories. Can you tell this is my fourth workshop of the day? I'm surprised my voice is actually still working. Rewind. Planning your pre-order. The first thing you need to do is break out your publishing calendars. Break out your publishing calendars and put every solid project that you have up as a pre-order today. So every manuscript, every book that you have confidence you can publish within the next 12 months, get it up as a pre-order today and start accumulating those orders today. You know, you might say, well, gosh, I'm nervous. I'm pretty confident I can get this next book out by September, but I just don't know. You know, life happens. Something might happen. I get it. But take this into account. With an ebook pre-order, you can always change the date of your release. You can move it up if you wanted to. You can push it back too if you run into problems. What I usually advise authors to do is, let's say you're fairly confident that you can release your next book by September 1st. So you're going to choose September 1st as your public release date. But maybe you also have a little tinge of anxiety or worry that something might come up and you might not be able to make that date. Fine. Instead of choosing September 1st as your release date, why don't you choose October 1st? Or maybe even November 1st to create a little buffer room in case something unknown pops up. That'll give you a little bit more breathing room. It will relieve some of that anxiety. So then, if something happens, you have all this extra breathing room. If nothing happens and you're able to finish your book on time, you can always move that date of your public release up. Your readers will love you for that. They expected to get your book in November, and now they're getting it in October or September. They'll be thrilled. On the other hand, if you decide to keep that public release date of September 1st, but life does get in the way and you find that you do need to push that release date back, you run the risk of disappointing your fans. So I always advise kind of breaking out that calendar and choosing those dates in advance, but always giving yourself a little bit of that buffer room. So break out those calendars and then maximize your runway to the best of your ability. So what I mean by this is, think about a jet airplane and all that space they need to gain that speed, to gain that momentum, to take flight. The same holds true for your ebook pre-orders. The more time you give yourself to accumulate orders, the better, because you want that pop on day one of your book being released. Now, the retailers suggest at least, say, 4 to 12 weeks, but we say, why not longer? Why not months and months and months? If you have your publishing calendars in front of you and you know that you have projects that you can publish within the next 12 months, get those projects up today as ebook pre-orders. And remember, you don't need the finished cover art, you don't need the finished manuscript today, but you do need to have that final cover art and final manuscript at least 10 business days prior to your book's public release date. And we'll send you warnings and reminders and so forth to help you along. Now, some of you may think, well, gosh, this all sounds good. I would love to do an ebook pre-order, but I have a book that's releasing in a week, and so maybe it's not worth it. And I would advise you to do it anyway, because if you're with me in the third section about the secrets to ebook publishing success, and you saw that power curve, remember, any small amount of improvements that you can make in the amount of units that you sell, any little improvement you can make in the amount of your book units can have a more significant impact on your sales rankings. So what does this have to do with pre-orders, accumulating pre-orders over 7 days? If you only accumulated, let's say you only averaged 1 pre-order a day for 7 days and then your book released, that's still 7 more sales you would have on day 1 of your book being released if you didn't do that pre-order. So it's all about incremental improvements along the way. All right, let's talk about some marketing and promotion tips in terms of ebook pre-orders. Told you we're going to camp out on ebook pre-orders for a while. Marketing and promotion tip number 1. So the very moment you upload your ebook pre-order, at the moment your book begins to land on those virtual store shelves at Apple Books, Barnes & Noble, and Kobo, start your marketing engines. So plan an aggressive multi-part, multi-week campaign. In the public relations world, we call this rolling thunder. What that means, it's kind of a nerdy term, but what that means is simply you don't want to make a big splash, make a big announcement about your ebook pre-order, and then go dark. Your goal here is to keep your ebook pre-order front of mind with your readers and your fans. Keep them aware of it so that you can accumulate more and more and more pre-orders leading up to your public release date. So what are the kinds of things that you can do? Some of our best sellers, they try to do something at least once every other week, more likely once every week. It could be some kind of a contest or a giveaway, a character reveal, a cover reveal. I should also mention that in terms of cover reveals, we used to advise authors that have your cover ready. If you're going to do an ebook pre-order, we would tell them have your cover ready because cover images pull more readers in, as we assumed, as everybody tends to know, right? However, our bestsellers schooled us by using a cover reveal as just one more marketing event to create additional anticipation and buzz and awareness around their ebook pre-order. So consider that too. Now, the neat thing about an ebook pre-order is that a pre-order enables you to capture the sale at the very moment you've captured your reader's interest and intrigue. So you might say, well, hey, I've got a book that's coming out 3 months from now, and I'm already out there promoting it and promoting it and promoting it. And my readers know that my book is coming out in 3 months. And I would say, great. How many sales have you captured? The difference with having an ebook pre-order is you can capture the sale at the very moment you've captured that reader's interest and intrigue. And you can do that by promoting direct hyperlinks on your website and on your blogs. By having direct hyperlinks from your website or your blog onto the pre-order pages where your pre-order is existing at the retailers, that makes it ridiculously easy for your readers and fans to purchase your book now instead of forgetting about it. They can set it and forget it. Let me illustrate what I mean by this. So once you establish your pre-order and you have your pre-order distributed out to Apple, Barnes & Noble, and Kobo, go to each of those retailers and grab that URL for the exact location of where your pre-order is existing. So go to Apple Books. It's kind of kludgy, kind of navigating through different websites and Apple Books, but through the Apple Books app, what you can simply do is double click on the book's image And when that pop-up window appears, select copy link. So go to Apple, go to Barnes & Noble, and again, go up to the top there, grab that internet address, that URL at Barnes & Noble, and then do the same thing at Kobo. Again, go to the exact location of where your pre-order exists, grab that internet link, grab that exact location for where that book exists, and then on your author website, create those buttons, because then it's just 2 clicks away. If you expect if you tell your readers that you have an ebook pre-order, and you simply let them know that your pre-order is available at Apple Books and Barnes & Noble and Kobo, and you expect them to navigate to the retailers and find it themselves, you run the risk of losing some of those sales. In this case, you're saying, hey, my books are available at all of these different retailers, and then hyperlinking it to those order pages at the retailers. It's just a simple 2-click thing that the readers have to do. 1 click away from your website or blog, and then 1 click to order the book. So do that. Marketing and promotion tip number 2. Mobilize your fans as your street team. If any of you who are with me right now were with me in that very first workshop from this morning, then you would know I've been in a rock band for 18 years. And in the early days of the band, my singer, who was much younger than me, but in the early days of the band, when we had a show coming up, he would say, hey, we need to get our street team involved. They're going to help us promote our show. And in those days, this was an actual street team where you would walk up and down the streets and post show flyers on street posts and in coffee shops, on the corkboard of coffee shops, and in musical instrument stores. And at that time, there were actual physical music stores too. They were selling records and CDs. And you'd go in there and you would just kind of paint the town with your show flyers, colleges, high schools too, everywhere where you thought your fans were hanging out. So he wanted to get our street team involved to do this. And I felt uncomfortable with that because I thought, this is our band. So it's our responsibility to promote our show. And my singer, thankfully, changed my mind. And because what he told me was, our fans want to help us. They want to become involved. And he was right. And so do your fans. They want to help you. Believe it or not, your fans will want to help you. They'll get a kick out of it. It's another way of enhancing your fandom with all of them. And here's the best part. The best part is that when they're involved in helping you promote an event or helping you promote your ebook pre-order, if your event becomes a success, it's not just your success. Everybody gets to celebrate in that success. Not just you, but you and your fans. Everybody gets to celebrate with that. It's really cool. So some of the things that our bestsellers are doing as far as offering incentives to their readers to help them promote their pre-orders, one thing is offering a street team acknowledgement section in the back matter of their book that they're releasing. So what they'll do is within their email newsletters or on social media, they'll tell their fans, hey, if you purchase this pre-order, or if you tag me in a Facebook or Twitter post where you are helping me to promote this title, I'll include your name in the acknowledgement section of my book. That's really cool. If you're going to do something like that, then just all you need to do is set a tight deadline, because you're going to have to upload the revised edition or the final manuscript of your book 10 business days before it's released. Another thing that our bestsellers do is for anybody on their street team who helps them promote the title, they'll send them a Smashwords coupon so that the reader can get another one of the author's book, any one of their choice, for free. Marketing and promotion tip number 3. Consider offering special pricing for your pre-orders. So At retail, if you plan to list your book for $4.99 or $5.99 or whatever the case is for your next book, consider offering the pre-order for $1 or $2 off. This accomplishes a couple of things. For one, it creates a sense of urgency, especially if you communicate that the price is going to go up soon after the book is publicly released. So offer it for $1 or $2 off, communicate that the price is going to go up shortly after the book is released, because that will create that sense of urgency. Those readers know that they want it, that if they're going to get the book for the best possible price, they better act right now. But offering the book for free, not only does it guarantee those pre-order customers the lowest possible price, it also gives that feeling that those pre-order customers are in on something special. And most of your pre-order customers are going to be your current fans or readers who are following you closely on social media. That special pricing lets them in on something special. It makes those readers feel special, and they should, because they're close followers of yours. Marketing and promotion tip number 4. Leverage all of your other existing books to market your pre-orders. So this is something that will become, this is a more significant benefit for those of you who have either a deep backlist of books or you write series, because you have a better ability to use all of your existing books to promote your ebook pre-order. So what do I mean by this? Go into the back matter of all of your other existing titles and update it so that readers of all of those books know that, oh, title such and such is coming out on such and such a date, and I can pre-order mine now. And then in the back matter of those books, when you're talking about those upcoming books, hyperlink them. Hyperlink them back to your website or to your blog so that those readers can not only learn more about those books, but that also so that they can click away to go order those books right away. I mentioned this earlier, but also provide a free sample for any book that you have upcoming in the back matter of your books. It's worth restating that if you're talented enough to hold a reader's attention from the beginning of your book to the end, chances are you captured a reader and possibly even turned a reader into a fan. But even with that, that reader at the end of your book might have that little sense of a letdown, that little tinge of sadness that comes when you get to the end of something that you're enjoying. Keep them on your train. Hook them by giving them a free taste of what's coming next, by giving them a free sample of another one of your books. Try giving them a free sample chapter, pull them into the story, and hold on to that reader. You might want to also consider adding navigation within your other existing books. So in that way, what I mean is you can add navigation within your existing ebook files so that your table of contents is also pulling readers in, so that your table of contents is listing upcoming books by this author, so that your table of contents can get your reader's eyes to see, oh, there's more books from this author, and then can lead that reader into the back matter of your book to learn about your other titles. Finally, if you have a book that is upcoming as an ebook pre-order, consider doing a deep discount on other existing titles to drive additional awareness to readers of your pre-order. This is especially important for those of you who write series, and especially important if the book that you're putting up as an ebook pre-order is book number 2 or later in that series. Let me show you some examples of back matter updating. Fun with live webinars when you hear dogs barking in the background. I don't know if you can hear that or not. It was either going to be a dog barking or a 4-year-old running around singing songs from Disney's Frozen. Not sure which one I would prefer. Okay, here are some examples of back matter updating. Again, using Leanna Morgan, because she does everything by the book. And I'm going to show you some of the books that she uses that are written by our founder, Mark Coker, for marketing and best practices. And she's one of those authors who tends to follow those books by a T. And every single one of her books that have been published already. In the back matter, she updates them. She lets her readers and fans know about books that are upcoming that haven't even been released yet. She provides the cover image, and notice how she hyperlinks it. That hyperlink goes back to her website and blog. Not only does she list out books that are upcoming, she lists out all of her existing books. And not only that, she lists them out by series. And then she goes a step further. She numbers every book in this series. That's pretty smart. And then notice how every single one of those titles is hyperlinked back to her website or blog. And then Leanna also takes it a step further by adding navigation into her table of contents. If you can see that on the left side of the screen, down toward the bottom there, and says, enjoy other novel. I can't talk anymore. Enjoy other novels by Leanna Morgan. And then you can, as a reader, if you're scrolling down the table of contents, you can jump right from the table of contents into the back matter of the book to learn about all of her other existing titles. I think that's pretty cool. So when it comes to uploading your ebook pre-order, quite simple. All you need to do is when you go through the publishing process at Smashwords, you start filling out the metadata, your author name, the title of the book. When you get down to the part about your release date, you have choices. So instead of clicking on the button for immediate release, if it was an immediate release, you would upload the manuscript and the cover art. You would simply click the option that says make it a pre-order. And then you can schedule that release date in the future. You'll see a drop-down menu where you can choose a future release date. You also have the option to upload your final formatted manuscript now, or you can upload that final formatted manuscript later. For even more pre-order strategy, check out episode 4 of the Smart Author podcast with Mark Coker. Everything you could possibly want to know about setting up, managing, and executing a successful ebook pre-order strategy is included in that podcast. I think the podcast, that particular episode, lasts less than a half an hour, so it's really concise and really solid. And you can find it at smashwords.com/podcast. Check out all the episodes there. All right, so that was ebook pre-orders. Now let's talk about Smashwords pre-sale. So as you've seen, and I hope you agree with me, ebook pre-orders are pretty cool. We think that ebook pre-sales are just as cool and maybe even a bit cooler. So this is ebook launch tool example number 3. A new tool is joining the author toolbox, and that new tool is Smashwords pre-sales. For the first time in the history of Smashwords, we're so excited about a new feature that we've finally decided to patent the technology. So Smashwords pre-sales were announced just in December of last year, and let me describe what they are to you. So now, as you know, an ebook pre-order enables your fans and your readers to reserve a copy of your book ahead of the general public release date, but then they have to wait to read that book until that book is released to the public. An ebook pre-sale, on the other hand, allows your readers and fans to buy the book now and read the book now before the general public. So we think that's cool, and we think this is really neat. You can have multiple launch events. So what is a launch event? A launch event, when I say launch event, all I'm referring to is your book's release date. So remember in the past, you had a single release date that wrapped up all this excitement. Now you can have multiple release dates targeting different affinity groups. So what do I mean by that? So instead of a single release date, you can schedule multiple release dates. So you're already building up this anticipation and this buzz, and you're out there for months promoting and on social media and telling everybody about this upcoming book launch. And instead of all of that energy being tied up in a single release, You can have multiple releases now. You can do a release for your newsletter subscribers. You can do an additional release for your newsletter or your social, I already said newsletter, your social media followers. And that is in addition to your general public release date. You might think of additional affinity groups who could benefit from their own private ebook presale. And every release event is customizable. So a little bit more details about Smashwords presales and how they work. So usually when I deliver a workshop, it's kind of generic in nature. I'm trying to provide education to our Smashwords authors and publishers that they can take anywhere, that they can take to any other distributor or any retailer or anywhere. But this particular tool, Smashwords Presales, was developed at Smashwords, and currently it's only working at Smashwords. Perhaps in the future, we would love it if people took it other places, but currently it's so brand new, it's only for use at the Smashwords store. So every ebook presale is going to be transacted at the Smashwords store. The first thing you need to do is set up your ebook pre-order. And we want you to set up an ebook pre-order. You need an ebook pre-order in order to use the pre-sale feature. And then we'll distribute your ebook pre-order to Apple, Barnes & Noble, and Kobo. Now, the neat thing is that the pre-order at Smashwords is not going to impact your public release date at any of the other retailers. What also is neat here is that since your ebook pre-order, your ebook pre-sale is occurring at Smashwords, you'll get some of the highest royalties in the industry. So if you plan to go to retail at $2.99, your royalty rate is going to be 74%. If it's $3.99, your royalty rate is going to be 75%. But if you go to retail at $4.99, it's 76%, $5.99, 78%. You get the idea. If your shopping cart total at Smashwords for your pre-sale is $9.99 or higher, you'll earn 80% of list or even more as your royalty. Now, the next thing that our authors are excited about is that with the Smashwords presale, if you have a different launch strategy and you still, we recognize that a lot of authors out there have different launch strategies. So when we designed the tool, we wanted to make Smashwords presales appealing to all authors and all indie publishers and flexible. So even if your strategy is to release your next book and go exclusive with Amazon KDP Select or enroll that book into Kindle Unlimited, you can still do that. If your pre-sale strategy or if your book launch strategy is to directly upload at the retailers, you can still do that as well and still have a pre-sale at Smashwords. All you need to do is start and end the Smashwords pre-sales prior to enrolling your book at KDP Select or KU and prior to uploading your books directly to the retailers. You can also do a Smashwords pre-sale and still work with other distributors outside of Smashwords if you so choose. So why are we talking about Smashwords presales? Why did we first start developing this tool in the first place? It comes down to taking back control. We wanted to give authors more control over not only how they manage and launch their book launch marketing efforts, but also give them back control on how they give them some more ability on keeping their readers that they've worked so hard to attain in the first place. So with Smashwords presales, you have some options here and some flexibility. You can have a private presale. For your private presales, your presale is only available to those who possess the secret access hyperlink we give you. As the author, you can decide, you can tell those email newsletter subscribers or those fans who are part of private reader groups, you can tell them, hey guys, I'm going to give you this private link, but if you have friends or family or anyone else who you think might enjoy this book, go ahead. You can share that private link to them. That gives your fans some social capital. It's like they're in on something really cool that's private, yet they have that ability of sharing it with those who are closest to them. You also have the option of running a public presale. With a public presale, your presale is accessible and visible to everyone, and we'll merchandise that for you publicly in the Smashwords stores via our special deals links and boxes. Another thing that's kind of unique to the Smashwords store is that as the author or indie publisher, your readers can download your ebook presale in multiple ebook file types. So if you upload your final manuscript with Microsoft Word, we'll convert it for you in multiple ebook file types, which means that your fans, when they come to purchase your ebook presale, they can download it in whichever file type they like. The most important probably are EPUB and Mobi for fans of fiction. You can also leverage Smashwords coupons to make your marketing campaigns more customizable in terms of Smashwords pre-sales. Smashwords has a robust coupon system. Maybe some of you have used the system before. You can offer coupons for discounts that are cents off or dollars off, or you could use metered coupons so that you can do promotions telling your readers and fans like, hey, the first 500 of you who act now can get in on this pre-sale for $2 off or for free or for whatever it is that you decide to do. I think it's worth taking a minute to talk about how the psychology behind reading, because we think ebook pre-sales are going to make upcoming book releases more desirable. When we talk about book releases, there are multi-dimensional factors that can influence a reader's perception of a book's desirability. Some fans place high value on the price. They're attracted by lower prices. Some fans, on the other hand, are attracted by the author brand. They follow that author everywhere. They're super fans, after all. They follow that author anywhere, and they'll purchase anything by that author as long as they know it's coming. But early access is another key that enhances the desirability of upcoming books. Fans place high value on early access. So you might be asking yourself, well, I don't know, do my readers want pre-sales? We think the answer to that question is yes. And if you're not sure, ask them. When we were in the early stages of developing this tool, and we were starting to kind of talk to some of our best-selling authors, what they thought, they were asking some of these same questions. You know, would my readers want pre-sales? And then they started asking their readers. So one of our New York Times best-selling authors posted this question. She said, if I want a pre-sale on my next release so you can buy and read the ebook days or weeks before the general public, would you be interested? And what she told us was she was blown away by the positive responses. She didn't expect it. All of her readers wanted it. They were clamoring for that early access to her books. She was surprised. So you might be surprised too. So I'd warn you, if you're going to ask your if you're going to ask your readers, you might be obligating yourself to do an ebook pre-order. So let's go back to this idea about harnessing peak reader excitement for your benefit, for the author's benefit. And remember that there's all this pent-up energy and anticipation and excitement that leads to a book's release date before those sales start to quickly recede. But it's not just the energy that's flowing somewhere else, it's also the readers that are flowing somewhere else. So where is all this energy and where are all these readers flowing? So ask yourself, are you able to reach your prior readers? Again, when we were in the early days of developing this new tool and we were talking to our authors about it, some of our authors were telling us things like this. Hey, I'd sell a lot more copies of my next book if only I could reach my prior readers to tell them about it. Not every prior reader is following you on Facebook or Twitter or has signed up to your email newsletter subscription. Most authors have these sort of ephemeral relationships with their readers. And what I mean by that is the reader sort of serendipitously discovers you, they read you, they enjoy you, they might even love you, but then they just lose touch over time. Those same readers would probably purchase your next book if only they knew about it. So why can't you reach your prior readers? Part of the reason is mediated reader relationships. So what do I mean by this? Why am I showing some guy sitting in a toll booth? Well, let's talk about these mediated relationships, because that energy and anticipation and buildup, that energy that's released on the day your book is released, and those readers along with it are flowing somewhere, and a lot of them are flowing to the retailers. You know, these intermediaries can erect tolls, taxes, and obstacles that are making it more difficult and in some cases expensive, and in some cases even impossible for you, the author, to reach your prior and your prospective readers to tell them about your next book. Some examples. For any of you who have been publishing books for, a few years now, chances are you had a Facebook page for multiple years, and chances are you already had some kind of a relationship with your readers. I experienced this too. I'm going back to the band because I experienced this firsthand, but our experience was similar to the experience of a lot of authors. In our experience, we had all these people that we worked really, really hard for years to not only attract, but to keep. It was like we poured our blood, sweat, and tears, just as all of you have, and not only producing our art, but in attracting our fans. And you have done the same thing by writing your books and then attracting fans to your work. Then all of a sudden, all of these fans were following you on Facebook, and they had opted in to hear from you, to hear your news, to hear about that next book launch. And then one day, Facebook decided to change the rules. Suddenly, you would post some news. Maybe that news was about an upcoming book, and then maybe 4 or 5 people would see it. And it was like, what just happened? It was like Facebook began holding your readers hostage, and the only way to expand the reach of that post was to pay a toll, a little bit of advertising dollars to expand that reach. And we had the same that same experience with our band, and that's what's happened. So the same thing's happening at Amazon too, but in Amazon's case, it's more like instead of those also bought shelves on the stores at Amazon, it's more like sponsored ads taking the place of those also bought shelves. And if you're an author at Amazon and you're earning 70% list, yet you're spending lots of money on advertising, are you really truly earning that 70% list, or are they extracting a little toll from those sales? Some of our readers, or some of our authors rather, are telling us that they spend thousands and thousands of dollars at Amazon, and some of them are just breaking even. Some of them, unfortunately, aren't. So there are those sponsored ads, the taxes. Exclusivity is another example of another toll. If you're exclusive at a single retailer, you're not allowed to get sales from any other retailer. But also, it's probably worth mentioning that nobody is going to care more about your books than you do. And you know, the retailers and social media outlets like Facebook, they've got millions of customers and millions of books that they need to worry about. So in some cases, it's not like they're being evil by neglecting your work. It's just this benign neglect. No one's going to care more about your books than you do. So what's the antidote to these mediated relationships? The antidote to mediated relationships is your author newsletter. If you don't have an author newsletter, start creating one today. Ask your favorite authors, ask authors who, if you don't have one yet, ask your favorite authors or authors who you are close to how they do theirs for some advice. So your author newsletter is important because it is 100% controlled by you. You decide how to reach your readers. You decide what your messaging is going to be, and you decide the timing and the schedule of all of that communication with your readers. Your author newsletter is also a long-term device that you can use to communicate with your readers. It will grow with you and it will stay with you over time. It is going to be your author newsletter is so important because it's your ability to communicate with your readers no matter what happens to the retailers, no matter what happens to the social media channels. With your email newsletter, you get to keep all those you get to keep all those emails no matter what happens within the industry. That is yours. So make sure that when you create your author newsletter, keep it 100% opt-in. Let your email newsletter grow organically over time. You'll build up more respect with your reader base if you're not just adding a hodgepodge of readers every time you collect somebody's business cards. Make it 100% opt-in. Never add anybody without their permission. So your email newsletter is going to be the antidote to these mediated relationships. And pre-sales are going to turbocharge those newsletter signups. And here's how. Pre-sales turbocharge newsletter signups, newsletter list building. So you can leverage reader desire for early access to your books to help you build your mailing list 365 days a year. How do you do that? By promising early access of your books to your fans who sign up for your email newsletter. Here's where Smashwords pre-sales start sounding even cooler, because pre-sale customers at Smashwords are offered the opportunity at checkout to subscribe to your private mailing list. So at checkout, readers at Smashwords are given the opportunity to share their emails with the author. To my knowledge, we are the only retailer in the industry who is offering readers the ability to share their emails with authors, which means that we're the only retailer who's offering authors the ability to obtain reader emails. And how you get those emails at checkout? As the author, you can offer incentive discounts at checkout for those readers who agree to share their emails with you. We think that Smashwords pre-sales are going to not only help build your newsletters, but they're going to help you keep access to your readers. So how do you set it up? Before the pre-sale, place your upcoming release on pre-order at Smashwords. You have to have a pre-order at Smashwords to do this. And if you're going to do the pre-sale, we have to have your final manuscript and final cover art. So what you do at Smashwords is you click publish, and then you select some date in the future from your Smashwords author dashboard. Then you click through to the pre-sale dashboard. See that there? So you do that when you're ready to create, preview, and launch your pre-sale. Once you click on that, it'll bring you to this. From the presale dashboard, you select Create Presale to get started. And here are the steps to creating that presale. You choose either public or a private presale. See those two buttons there? For this one, we chose to do a private one. Then we move into step 2. You have the option of entering a log line. Everybody should enter a log line for their ebook presale because it's just one more way to help entice a reader to buy, one more way to pull a reader in further. Presale step number 3. Now, this is interesting. We give you the ability to select whether or not you want to require an anti-piracy statement for your Smashwords presales, because after all, you're releasing a book ahead of its public release date, and you're giving readers access to your book ahead of its public release date. So here we're giving you the ability to require users to sign an agreement where they're promising not to share that book with anybody else. It's on the honor system. Step number 4, capturing reader emails. So in terms of capturing reader emails, we're requiring Smashwords authors who want to do a Smashwords email, we're requiring Smashwords authors who are doing a presale and who want to capture reader emails, where we are requiring them to sign an agreement where they promise, where they will not share that reader email with anybody, anywhere. That is a requirement. If you want a reader email and you don't click that button there and you don't give that digital signature, you can't collect reader emails. Step number 5. Now here's the part where you have the opportunity to provide incentive pricing to capture newsletter subscriptions. So just click that box to offer incentive pricing to customers. You have the option to put that price down as low as you like. You have the option to price at free if you wanted to make your presale free as well. This is cool because during the checkout process, your readers will see, hey, I can get this book for free if I offer the author my email, so that they can add me to their email newsletters. You can do it right there at checkout. Step number 6, the final step. You preview your pre-sales custom landing page. And then you'll see something like this. It won't have all those red arrows and red boxes, but you'll see your log line at the top of the preview page. You'll see a countdown clock, which is kind of a cool little feature. It tells you the remaining days, hours, and minutes prior to your presale ending. It also lists out the different file types that are available to the customers so that those presale customers can see if the book is available in the file type for their reading device of choice. And then you can also see if the anti-piracy statement is activated. And then your presale is created. There it is. So tying it all together, your pre-order checklist. I'm going to speed it up here because I've gone over time once again. Your pre-order checklist, review your publishing calendar for the next 12 months and get all of those solid projects up as a pre-order today so that you can start accumulating orders today. You want to maximize that runway so that on day 1 of your book's public release date, you can have a spike in the sales rankings. Also, remember that as soon as you upload your next book as an ebook pre-order, start those marketing engines, start getting that book into the awareness of your readers and fans so that they can also help you accumulate those ebook pre-orders. So that's your pre-order checklist. Your pre-sale checklist is as follows. For your readers and fans to get them on board with a pre-sale, make it feel special. And you can do that by requiring the reader to do something. Maybe doing something is signing up for your email newsletter. By telling your readers and fans, hey, if you sign up for my email newsletter, I'll give you early access to all of my upcoming books. Consider offering incentive discounts. You can do that right there at checkout, or you can offer metered coupons through Smashwords coupons as well. Be sure to update all your newsletter subscription messaging to promise subscribers that they'll be the first to learn about future pre-sales, which means they'll be the first to get your new books before the general public. If you're going to do private pre-sales, promote that private link to your newsletter subscribers, to your private reader groups, and so on. If you're going to do a public pre-sale, you can feel free to share that public link far and wide across every single one of your social media channels. You can also enhance the marketability of your pre-sale by collaborating with your fellow authors. And finally, also consider enabling multiple file types, especially EPUB and MOBI. Those are the most popular ebook file types, especially for readers of fiction. EPUB are for most devices. MOBI, of course, is for Kindle devices. Some final thoughts on ebook pre-orders and pre-sales. We believe, just based on our early observations, that pre-sales are joining pre-orders as an essential best practice for indie ebook launches. As you know, there's no single magic bullet that's going to catapult any of you suddenly onto a bestseller list. But these incremental advantages that you can incorporate into your marketing are going to compound over time. So the first authors who adopt any new best practice, such as ebook pre-sales, are going to reap the greatest long-term benefits, just as early adopters of pre-orders and using free as a marketing tool have learned. Secondly, readers love the convenience and the early access of pre-sales. Early indications tell us that readers are thrilled by this opportunity to have early access to books from their favorite authors at the Smashwords platform. We think that readers who enjoy pre-orders and pre-sales the most will be your most loyal readers. We think that ebook pre-orders and pre-sales in particular are going to play a big part in moving those readers from just being readers into becoming fans and super fans. And third, both pre-orders and pre-sales will help you build a marketing platform that you can control, especially in terms of helping you build out that newsletter subscription list. And finally, ebook pre-orders and pre-sales do not guarantee success. So if you're thinking that, hey, I'm going to do an ebook pre-order and then I'm going to do a pre-sale and that's it, and all these sales are going to come rolling into me magically, it doesn't quite work like that. You still have to do the work. If you're going to do an ebook pre-order and an ebook pre-sale, you still have to be out there pounding the cyberspace pavement and promoting your books and interacting with your fans and getting the word out and creating that additional awareness and anticipation and buzz. And if you do that, you can do well. So in closing out today, I want to thank you for joining me. I'll spend some time with you answering questions, but as of right now, I want to thank you for spending this time with me, especially those of you who have been here all day long. Here are some additional free ebook publishing resources that we make available to everybody. The first one on the very tippy top there is the Smart Author Podcast with Mark Coker. The Smart Author Podcast currently has 17 episodes. You'll learn everything from an introduction to ebook self-publishing to more advanced topics like the 16 secrets to ebook publishing success, to even more advanced topics like how to market to libraries or how to set up, manage, and execute an effective beta reader campaign, to how to set up, manage, and execute an effective ebook pre-order campaign. So all of those things and more are covered in the Smart Author Podcast. And you can find it at Apple or Spotify or at smashwords.com/podcast. They're free. All of this stuff is free. The 3 images there on the bottom are free ebooks. The first one on the left there is the Secrets to Ebook Publishing Success. That book, you can download it from Smashwords or any ebook retailer. And the book includes 30 best practices from best-selling ebook authors. today I talked about 16. The book has 30. The book in the middle there, the book marketing guide, that was recently completely rewritten and revised, and that book includes 65 tips and techniques to help our authors and publishers sell more books. Many of those are autopilot marketing techniques, things that you can set up once and then forget about it and let them work for you while you sleep. And then finally, that final book on the right there, the Smashwords Style Guide, that's our formatting guide. That's the book that is going to walk you through that step-by-step process of formatting your original manuscript prior to it being converted into an ebook. Again, thank you all so very much. I sincerely mean that. It was a long day. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something. I hope that it was time well spent for you. I'm going to click over to chat here in a moment so that you can ask me your questions via text. If you need to sign off now, or if you want to take down my email address, please do so, and then feel free to contact me with questions if something pops into your head a day from now, a week from now, 6 months from now. Feel free to get in touch with me. Say hello on Twitter. There's my personal handle. I'm usually using Smashwords handle more often anyway. So I'm going to click out of this, stop sharing. There is me again. And let me turn on chat if you have any questions. Okay, it is on. There's the first question. Oh, lots of questions pouring in. Okay. Where is the first one? There it is. Okay. Can I make a metered coupon with a fallback price? For example, consider a $3.99 book. Can I make a 99-cent coupon for the first 50 people, and anyone who clicks after 50 sees a $2.99 price? That is such a good question that I don't know the answer. I'm not quite sure. I know we offer a lot of ways to be flexible with those coupons. I'm not sure. Can you do me a favor, and can you please email me that question? And I promise that I will find an answer for you, and I will email you that answer. I really appreciate the question. That's a good one. No more questions that I can't answer. Just kidding. Oh, thanks, you guys. I really appreciate the thank yous that are coming in. I sincerely appreciate that. You guys could have been doing other things today, but you elected to come and spend some time with me. So thank you. I so sincerely mean that. You're so welcome. Oh, more thank yous. Will there be a pre-sale podcast? Rosemary is asking. Maybe. We're talking about it. The issue is with finding the time to produce it. Possibly. And I would think likely, but don't count on it coming within the next couple of weeks. It'll probably be some time. But if you have any questions related to pre-sales, shoot me an answer, because I know it's early days, and maybe there was some confusion during the workshop today. So if you want to learn more about pre-sales, feel free to ask me questions. I'll get you any answer that you seek. Well, more thank yous. You're so welcome to everybody. Oh, this is a really good question. What do you recommend using as a temporary cover before the cover reveal? Good question. Some authors out there, what I've seen is they put like a draft of their cover image out there in advance of the actual cover reveal. They might kind of gray it out or put a banner, a bright banner that says something like, cover reveal coming soon or something like that. Some of the retailers just use, like us and Apple, and I think just about every single one of them, if you don't have a cover available yet, they just have just a blank, usually it's like a pale blue image of a blank book cover. I think it would behoove authors and publishers to just have something plain, but then have a banner that's kind of strewn across it that says cover reveal coming soon with an exclamation point, because that's fun. That means that something is coming. That helps build the anticipation and buzz. So that's my recommendation. For pre-sale, is the book delivered automatically on a given day? So for a pre-sale, remember with the pre-sale, your book is becoming available ahead of the book's public release date. So you, as the author, you determine when the pre-sale begins and when the pre-sale ends, and that occurs ahead of the public release date. That's entirely up to you. You have total flexibility of when to begin and end that pre-sale. So maybe another way to answer this question is, if you decide that you do want to do a pre-sale, the moment your reader clicks on that pre-sale to order it, they've purchased it on that same day. They have access to it that same day, ahead of the general public release date. For pre-orders, is an ISBN necessary or helpful? Yes, to both of those questions. For pre-orders, an ISBN is necessary, it's required, and it is helpful. As a matter of fact, most, if not all, of the retailers require an ISBN. And again, it's because it helps us communicate about your book. So for example, with an ebook pre-order, if you're distributing from Smashwords into Apple Books and Barnes & Noble and Kobo, they're going to require that pre-order, because if you, let's say for example that you're going to price your book at $5.99 once it's publicly released, but you want your ebook pre-order to be priced at $3.99, at $4.99, we need to be able to communicate those pricing changes to the retailers effectively, and an ISBN number is what's going to enable us to do that. So for pre-orders, yes, an ISBN is necessary, it's required, and it is extremely helpful. And we'll give it to you for free if you want a free one, or you can go to Bowker if you want to get your ISBN that way. Oh, thank you, everybody. There's more thank yous coming in. I really appreciate it. I'm so glad that you guys have learned so much. It's been a privilege for me to be here with you. It really has. Let's see. Here's a question from Laura. I have read that pre-orders are great on all platforms but Amazon's, who counts pre-orders ahead of street date and so dilutes sales over a long pre-order span. Can you comment on this? Yeah, I can. So all of the retailers count pre-orders in different ways. So Apple is unique in that they're the only retailer who counts pre-orders as a full sale. So every pre-order you accumulate acts as a full sale, and you can accumulate those pre-orders over time. So with Apple, if you have a pre-order existing at Apple Books for 12 months, when your book launches, it's like you have this concentration of 12 months worth of sales all hitting on day one, and that is what can cause a spike in the bestseller lists and improvements in your sales rankings. At Kobo and Barnes & Noble, I believe both of them are still counting pre-orders as a percentage of a sale. So it's not a full sale, it's some percentage of a sale. So there's some dilution there, but still really worth doing it. Amazon, like you mentioned, counts pre-orders ahead of the street date. So some authors believe that having a pre-order at Amazon cannibalizes their first day sales. So as an author, you need to make the decision if you want to have that pre-order at Amazon for the other benefits of having a pre-order, such as the early anticipation, the buzz building, and for all the other benefits that are built up with having a pre-order at Amazon. Some bestsellers, their decision is not to do a pre-order at Amazon and simply upload on day one. So to upload their new book on day one of that book being public released at Amazon to capture that first day bump. So it's a tough decision to make. It's one of those decisions that it's entirely up to you as the author to do what you think is going to be best for your bottom line. But I appreciate the question. I think that was Laura. Yeah, thank you for that question. Oh my gosh. I'm saying oh my gosh because I know that there are some of you who joined from Australia and you've been here since 3 a.m. So kudos to you. Thank you so much for trusting me to be here with me since that time. Thank you, and especially thank you for staying all day. Oh my goodness. So thank you to Carrie. Okay, here's another question. I have small disabilities. Do you know of a program for text to talk to my computer that is not Bluetooth? I'm not sure. You know what? That's from Colleen. Colleen, if you're still there, can you email me that question and I will do a little bit of search. I have one in mind, but I don't know if it's exactly what you're looking for. So can you do me a favor and email me that question and I will try to get you an answer to help you. Here's another question from Lisa. Is it difficult to transfer a fully illustrated children's book to an ebook? In some cases, yes, because children's books, as everybody knows, are quite different. Very often, the text, the words of a children's books are embedded within the image themselves. So there's a couple of ways to go about doing this for children's books. One of the ways, if you can liberate the text from the images, that's one way to do it, where you can have the image and then have the text below the image in the book. Another way I've seen authors do it is that they'll simply upload every page of that children's book as a single image. That's another way of doing it. It may not be the best way to do it, but that's an option for you. Here's a question from Jennifer. Do you know of resources of writing engaging newsletters? I've tried, but I can't think of what to say. I hear this a lot from authors. And every author says, you know, you should probably engage with your readers. Not too often, but you don't want to go dark either. Maybe it's once every other week or once a week. From what I hear from readers and from authors is that most readers don't want you publishing your newsletters every day, but maybe once a week. But as far as resources for writing engaging newsletters, what I've heard from some best-selling authors out there is they say, you know, you don't always have to write about your books or what's upcoming in your author career and that sort of thing. You can write about current events. You don't have to get political with them, but maybe find some other angle about, maybe it's a human interest story you found in the news or something that happened in your hometown or just some newsy, timely related event that you can put some spin and perspective on that may be of interest to your readers. So think of things that are timely, that are occurring, that you know, people are interested in and involved in as well. That's something I've heard of bestsellers say. So some perspective on some current events. Let's see, going down some. Another question, I read that pre-access is good to get reviews for the launch. Absolutely right. I probably didn't articulate that. Yes, having a pre-sale ahead of general public release is a good way to kickstart some of those really early reviews, which will in turn generate even more interest in that upcoming book. So is there a place for reviews? Yes, there is. So if you're going to enable a Smashwords pre-sale, your readers will have the opportunity to provide reader reviews on the Smashwords website. Thanks you for that question. Yes, slides will be available shortly. Not shortly today, but give me a couple of days to condense the file down. And I will make it available to everybody as a PDF download, most likely from Dropbox. So give me a couple of days for that. Let's see. You appreciated the humor today? Thanks. I'm glad I didn't come across too cheesy. Appreciate that comment. Another one says, I've been here all day. Thank you so much for being here all day. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. Let's see. Let's see. Sorry for your throat. It's all right. Not the first time. It's a privilege. If my throat is sore because I'm giving multiple workshops, that's a good thing. Does Smashwords have specific genre categories with guidelines? We have multiple genre categories. I think the best thing to do there is to go online and kind of, click publish. Don't publish anything, but just start clicking those different genre categories and subcategories and see how deep you can get with it. Just kind of play with the system there a bit so you can see how it works. Pre-access equals pre-sales. I got you, Guy. I know what you were talking about there. Let's see. Awesome. You've been publishing. William says he's been publishing for 8 years. It's good to hear the refresher. Awesome. Thank you for being here. Don't worry, my voice will recover soon. I appreciate the concern. I'll be fine, everybody. Let's see. Oh, thank you for this question from Marlena. Will there be more of these author days? Maybe next year? This was fantastic, she says. Thank you for that comment. I really appreciate that. You guys tell me, was this useful for you? Do you want more webinars like this? Would it be helpful to you? We'll gladly do more of these things for you. This was like a big mega experiment. Also, I want to mention again, for those of you who are involved with writers clubs, if you're part of a writers organization, no matter what part of the world you reside in, if you have a writers club and you think something like this would be helpful for your writers club, shoot me an email. Let me know what you're interested in doing. Maybe we can help set something up for you. I would be glad to do this for you. Let me go through some more questions here. You said there is a way to create both a public and a private presale at the same time. I'm not certain that you would want to do a private and a public presale at the same time. You might want to do the private one first so you can hit one of your affinity groups, like your newsletter subscriber base or your private reader group, kind of let them in on something special, and then do an additional pre-sale after that, and then maybe open up that additional pre-sale to the public. So, give the private one some time to percolate, maybe do the private one 7 to 10 days, let's say, ahead of your public release date, and then maybe do the public pre-sale maybe 3 days ahead of the public release date to generate even more buzz and excitement. For pre-sale, is the book delivered automatically to designated readers on a given day, or do they have to do something? I'm not sure if I might have already answered this one. All they have to do is, for the pre-sale, they don't have to do anything. The pre-sale is transacted at the Smashwords store. So your readers and fans who are interested in getting your pre-sale book, they simply purchase the book at Smashwords and they own it. They get to read it right then and there. How do I edit the back matter on a book that's already published at Smashwords? You simply go into your manuscript, your original manuscript, and you update the back matter of your original manuscript, and then you upload that file as the revised edition through your author dashboard at Smashwords, and then we'll make sure to distribute the updated back matter to all the retailers you tell us to distribute it to. As a first-time author, I don't think I can possibly do all of what you covered. Is there some help at Smashwords that I can discuss with you or someone? Yes. All of those, as you may have already seen, so through the Smart Author podcast, through the Smashwords book marketing guide, through the Secrets to eBook Publishing Success ebook, through the Smashwords formatting guide, those are all free resources that clearly outline all of this stuff. When I send you this slide deck, you will see that, so you can revisit each of those resources so that you can learn more about this stuff at your leisure. Okay. Can I run pre-order and pre-sale concurrently? Absolutely, positively. As a matter of fact, you have to do a pre-order in order to do a pre-sale. So thank you for that questions. From Quixote, I'm in my 80s and I've been working on my nonfiction book off and on now, but will now soon be ready to beta test and not that computer literate to do all this by myself. I'll bet you that you can. I'm so glad that you joined today. As you're going through the process, Quixote, and you run into problems, our support staff is there and available to help you. All you need to do is click on that question mark button at the top of any Smashwords site, of any Smashwords page, or click on the support link on the bottom of any Smashwords page to hit to get access to the support staff, and they will help you. Okay. I'm kind of going overtime a little bit here. Let me get down to like a couple of final questions here. I'm going through some more thank yous. You guys are so welcome. Okay, oh my gosh. From Dory, I've been with Smashwords for 12 years and it has given purpose to my retirement. I love all of you. Dory, if you're still there, thank you for joining and staying with me the whole time here and distributing through us. We appreciate you more than you'll ever know. Let's see. From Diana, if you want additional sessions, let's see. So kind of a longer question. How does one get to be a featured author on Smashwords homepage? Part of that's based on our algorithms and how sales are performing historically, and as well as currently as your most recent books are performing. But every author, every book, when it's uploaded to Smashwords, will have its 15 minutes of fame, even if it's your first time publishing at Smashwords, down toward the bottom now of the Smashwords page. So whenever you upload a book, even if you're a first-time author, you will see that book appear, even if it's just for a little while on the Smashwords homepage down at the bottom there. Okay, more requests for more webinars like this. Prefer webinars and video over podcasting, but you prefer half days because yes, it would be less fatiguing. I agree. So maybe next time we'll do an hour or two tops next time. Let me know what you guys think about that. Yes, I will let you have the slides and you're very welcome for that, said Denise. Absolutely, you get to have these slides. Let's see, I seem to have a couple of profiles at Smashwords and I want to clean that up a bit ahead of launching a big backlist. Do I start with a new one or rewrite an existing one? If you have a couple of profiles, if it's for the same author profile, but both of those profiles are a little different, I'd probably get rid of one and focus all of your energy and attention on just having a single page unless you have multiple pen names. But I would probably rewrite an existing one so that your readers know where to find you and just update it. I think you would be good with that. Carrie asks, I noticed that since I've been uploading EPUB format and Word doc, that format doesn't seem to be available for a 20% sample. Is it best to only upload as a Word doc? I'm not 100% certain. It was my understanding that if you directly uploaded an EPUB format, that you still have the ability to provide 20% of that book as a sample. We always recommend, even if you have the EPUB file ready to go, we still always recommend uploading the Word doc if you have it, if it's already formatted, so that we can provide those multiple ebook file types for your readers so that your readers can download your books in any file type that, that they prefer. But I'm not quite sure about that answer, Carrie. If you want to email me that so I have it kind of top of mind, then I'll ask my support staff if they can help you out with that. I'm not quite sure, and I appreciate that question. Thanks, Keith. Keith says he presents webinars a lot too, usually no more than 75 minutes. And wow, you've done an amazing job. Thank you. The last time I did a 4-hour presentation, it was in Denver, Colorado. For those of you who are not familiar with Denver, Colorado, it's the Mile High City. So not only was I at altitude, I was also in a hotel. My voice was dry and gone by the end of the first workshop. Never again am I going to do 4 hours in Denver, but at least down here I'm closer to sea level, and I've been hydrating all the way through. So I get you. Thanks for understanding. Let's see. Oh, thank you for being here, Denise. I appreciate that comment. Let's see. Gwen says, I've been here on Smashwords for 6 months. This has been really help you. I feel like I'm working in a vacuum. Not anymore. We're here to help you, Gwen. Thanks for choosing Smashwords. Awesome. Another person says that they wrote a book in 1975 and they're going to stay with this. Awesome. That you can breathe new life into those old books. That's what some of the best-selling romance authors did. A lot of this ebook publishing revolution took off based on romance authors who had their rights reverted back to them from the largest traditional publishers, who were basically told that, you know, we've kind of exploited these books to their full capacity. There's nothing else we can do with them. Here are your rights reverted back to you. You can have them. And then these original romance authors who didn't have the rights, or who regained the rights to their books, who had these books, these deep backlist of books that they now owned, but were out of print, started breathing new life into them by distributing them, by publishing them as ebooks. And those were the first romance novels that started to take off. And if you're telling me that you wrote a book back in 1975, now you can breathe new life into that book. Okay. A lot of you are asking for more webinars. Wow, that's great. So I'm going to sign off and let you all go. I just, again, wanted to tell you thank you for spending your day here with me. If you have additional comments, suggestions, criticisms, if something was not clear, or if you have ideas on how we can improve future webinars for you. And again, if you are part of a writers club and you want more of these things, or if you want us to present to your writers club, let me know. Shoot me an email at jim@smashwords.com. I will try to get these presentation slides out to you as soon as I possibly can. But again, from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank all of you for spending time with me today. I know you have options upon options about how to spend your time. Time is precious. So I'm going to let you all go now. Carry on. Go spend some time with your friends, with your family. If you're socially isolating, go spend some time with Netflix or your favorite book, and relax, spend some time online with your friends and family. And once again, everybody, thank you so much for being here with me today. It has been an honor and a privilege for me to share my time with you. So thank you. Signing off. Bye, everybody.